Da, 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 da. Hopefully you're not seeing my butt. Is that my butt? No. Anyway, welcome. Welcome to The View. So, hold on a second. I'll switch the mic over to the camera so you can hear me a little better wherever I am in the room. There. How's that? La 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 la. La la la. Yeah. Like, be careful not to trip over things. La 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 la. Working on that extra chin. Alright, anyway. How's it going, everybody? So today, am I able to turn... Yeah, I can turn this light on because you won't see it. There. Wow, that made such a difference. Anyway, I have the... I have these lights going. As you can see, I can kind of position. So I figured we'd just put that light on in here so that, I mean, that's better, but it will blind you from that distance. So, yeah. Let's see here. Let me just check the volume on this mic. Seems a little low. Nope, that's not it. Oh, it's still at, hold on. What is going on here? There. Okay. Okay. But not this one. Yeah, okay. Good. So 85. Should probably just crank that one. There we go. Alright, I think that'll do nicely. Must be careful not to ba 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 ba. Okay. Cheers. So it'll be a little more mobile today. I'm going to be kind of in and out of the room as we go. But a couple of goals. Oh, this is... There, just move the chair out of the way. But a couple of goals. Want to clear as much of this out as we can because we need the space. Need to be able to move the table over so that I can film in this corner. But additionally, we need to clear some things off the table and clear some things off the desk over there because I need to get started on the Doctor Who updates, which are woefully behind. But further to that, I need to clean and organize these shelves because they're really getting out of hand. And, yeah. I don't know. I gotta figure out what we're gonna do. The main sort of bone of contention is the toys. We have a lot of toys up there that I just don't have anywhere to put. And they're just up there collecting dust and getting yellow. It's very sad. There's a few that are in, you can't quite see them, but there's a few that are in packaging and a few that are not. Mostly are not. I've got a stack of sonic screwdrivers here that I need to find somewhere to put. Yeah, kind of like, ideally I'd rather this just be for books and videos, and that's it. You know, maybe CDs, but they can go in with the books. But, yeah, right now it's kind of just a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, I got the box for my Stream Deck there and other stuff. So yeah, there's a bunch of things we need to move. Oh, there's my old mouse. I didn't realize that was there. Look at that. My old gaming mouse. the Lexma, yeah, which has that's actually one of the reasons I got the Razor one, because it had a similar kind of ergonomic fit to it. I really liked the feel of that, so I went with that. Can I pull this over? Yeah, kind of. I went with that with the Razor. Just the Basilisk? Yeah, the Basilisk, which is quite similar. It doesn't have the additional grip on the side like this one had. Hold on, turn them both around the same way, like that. So you can see this has an additional grip on the side. This just has the one. But otherwise, can't complain. This is definitely a vastly superior mouse in a lot of ways. But yeah, but this one served me well for many, many years. As far as I know, it still works. Might still use it for something. I don't know. I'll set it aside. Because we still haven't sort of finalized the setup on the capture computer, which is going to be used to capture more of my tapes for archives and retro stuff. So just kind of... The other thing is we have a little bit of incentive because we got not even 24 hours notice that they're going to be checking the frickin' fire alarms tomorrow, which means they will be coming into the apartment tomorrow. So we have to have some semblance of order. Easier said than done. So anyway, hey Brinsley, yes, cleaning stream. I know, right? What's going on here? What madness is this? Jacob Armadillo, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003 collection from Amazon. Okay, that's what about it? I have a ton of Doctor Who stuff that isn't on the shelf. That's the point. I don't know how well you can see over here, but not this, but all of this, most of this is related, and everything underneath here, like a couple stacks of stuff there. So, yeah, there's a lot of Doctor Who stuff to update. Doctor Who and, other British television. I got a few things over the past few months, so we'll, tackle them a batch at a time, essentially. But yeah, there's lots of Doctor Who stuff and other British sci-fi and just other British television. Got some British mystery, some of which is peripherally related to Doctor Who, and yeah, lots of stuff. So it's going to be cool. That's another reason I need to organize this shelf, is I need somewhere to put it all. So one thing I am seeing here is a lot of unused space on a lot of these shelves, right? And I hate to do it, but I think the collection has reached the point where it may be necessary. We may have to say goodbye to these nice vertical ways of organizing easily. Not when there's a thing in front of it, but and might actually have to
so
start
Firefox One donated $10.
Just to make
Let's
more,
begin the year of Z.
The space, quite frankly. So that's something we're going to look at. But first thing we need to do is, we're going to need to clear off the shelves. We need to clean the shelves, give everything a good dusting, and then figure out how we're going to reorganize all of it. But that's not the first order of business. That's one of the things we need to do tonight. The other things we need to do tonight is there's a stack of recycle in the hall. Got to get that out because it's just in the way. There's some boxes here that I want to get out of here and put into the hallway. We've kind of got an area we've started for boxes. The big Rubbermaid containers. I don't know if you can even see it here. Can you see it? Here. You can't see it, really. Well, you know what I mean. Those big blue containers. I got a bunch of those, so, yeah. Hey, Sophia Fox, thank you so much for the dono. Appreciate that. It's because I'm doing Doctor Who, isn't it? Thank you so much. Planning on getting Alien Romulus on VHS? No. I'm kind of hesitant even to get it on 4K because I have some issues with some of the things they did with it. But I will get it in some form because, I mean, I'm just a whore for the entire franchise, so I will get whatever they shovel our way, be it good or bad. I am looking forward to that TV series that's coming, though. That sounds good. So, I don't know. Moral Outrage Z. Yes, I stand by my principles. And anyone who has a problem with that, that's their problem, not mine. So what's this? Jonkler says, to be honest, I'm getting rid of a couple of the DVDs to make space for the Blu-rays and audios, unless they include something that isn't on the Blu-ray. You know, there's a site where you can check that lists all the extras that are on the Blu-rays and indicates if anything from those particular stories' individual DVD releases was not included or moved to another release. I forget the site. It might be TARDIS Wiki or something else. I mean, I don't think it's TARDIS Wiki, though. I think it's a different one. But there's a site that lists, like, in-depth, disc by disc, the contents of all the DVDs and all the Blu-rays and compares them to see what's missing. Because, but that's one reason I still have all the DVDs, is because there's a shit ton of stuff that has not been carried over. Sometimes it's just little stuff like promos or shorts or whatever, but I mean, it's still stuff, you know, that I want everything, so I don't want to give up anything that has something that isn't ported over. But that's not a concern for me. I will be keeping the DVD collection for the time being, because you know, it's a nice collection, and it took me a long time to put together. Well, not that long, although I mean about 3 or 4 years, but and a bit of a race against time because they were all going out of print at the time. But yeah, one thing I might do though is I might actually sell my North American Blu-ray sets and instead get these ones, the UK ones, because honestly, even like just having it in 1080i instead of 1080p, it looks so much better. Also, seeing it in the native frame rate definitely makes a difference. But even more so, just all the frickin' packaging, which we do not get any of here in North America. Even the slim cases come with booklets. You know. Oh look, autographed picture of Tom. We didn't get that in North America. Individual art for each story. You know? And each volume has a visual replica of the, hard to see all of it, but the TARDIS console room for that season. So, I mean, and this is just the standard, this isn't even the limited one. This is just the standard one. The limited ones are even more gorgeous. I have a couple of them too. So, yeah, honestly, seeing, like, actually getting my hands on some of the UK sets and seeing how much we've really been shafted here in North America in terms of the quality being compromised, being forced to be de-interlaced to 30 frames per second instead of being left interlaced the way it's supposed to be. And letting your player or television sort it out, and all the packaging and all the information. Like you look at one of the we'll just pull off Sylvester McCoy season 1. Look at that. Cool, looks great. Can't wait to dive in. Oh, I wonder what's on the discs. I don't know. Doesn't tell us anywhere. It tells us what story is on it, but that's it. As to contents, well, it's anybody's guess. Like, just so lazy. So frickin' lazy. Now, look at this. We'll go Sylvester McCoy again. I just picked up the season 25 set. Look at this thing. It's a frickin' beast. And they're all like that. All of them. Every single one. Open it up. Oh, look at that. It's all this extra artwork. Individual art for all the stories. And, you know, everything. Then you open this up. Oh, more artwork. And oh, look, we're getting the TARDIS console room. Open this up. You get the book, big, thick frickin' booklet. Thicker than the one that you get in the standard edition. And ads for more Doctor Who stuff. We don't get any of this. None of it. And look at that. TARDIS console room. Season 25 version. Look at that. We don't get any of this shit in North America. So honestly, I'm just kind of sick of it. To the point where it's like, you know what, fuck it. If you're going to screw us over, then I'm not going to support your product. I'll just import it. Done. You won't give us like a proper release of these gorgeous sets? Then I'm not going to buy them anymore. Done. I'll import them. Amazon UK ships all over the world, and guess what, kids? These are region free. So, there you go. And they cost about the same as what we pay for our scaled down sets here. So, what the hell are we paying for? You know? Like the UK, even the standard UK versions are so superior. So, like, ridiculously superior. So, yeah, I'm kind of at the point where, you know, I'm thinking I might just sell off all the North American releases. I don't really feel I'll be missing out on anything. And then, you know, oh, look, rebuying the Doctor Who collection again. How many times has every collector done that? Well, it's not that big a difference in shelf space, dude. I mean, go with the standard sets then. At least you get the quality and all the artwork in some form. Same size as a thick case. Like, there's literally no difference. You are saving no shelf space. You're saving very minimal shelf space when they go with one of these non-conforming slim sets. That's it. That's the only place you're really saving shelf space over getting the UK versions. Unless you get the limited versions, in which case, yeah, they'll make your shelves blow up. There's no question about that. But, you know, they're pretty. I mean, at the very least, I'd say go with the standard ones, you know. At least you're still getting the UK quality and most of the package art. And most importantly, you're getting a booklet with every season that tells you what's on the frickin' discs. Yeah, see? Sophia has also seen the light. It says, honestly, now I'm thinking about selling all my sets just to get the standard and limited editions now. Yeah, right? I mean, my only regret is it took me sort of this long to, you know, wake up, I guess, and to realize how easy it is. I mean, because I've been getting the steelbooks of the animated ones pretty much since they started coming out, and I've had no trouble importing them, so I don't know why I didn't think to just, yeah, anyway. So I did the math on it. I mean, it's about the same frickin' price as what we pay here. So you're really not spending any more or less. But, yeah. Oh, is it? Oh, didn't know that. Oh, okay. That's what I was referring to. Like the limited edition? Yeah, the limited ones will... The limited ones are beasts. Those are ones you want to dedicate an entire shelf to those. I only got 2 of those so far, and specifically because they were anniversary seasons, so I kind of wanted to go deluxe on them. So there you go. And even then, like, you notice that season 25 is slightly slimmer than the season 20. You know, it's still, I mean, it still all lines up really nicely, though. I can only imagine how impressive this whole set looks on someone's shelf. But you want sort of the size comparison here. And then this is This is how the standard sets compare. Oh, look! Okay, I didn't know this. The season bar almost perfectly lines up with the main sets too, so you could actually like just slot them all in between each other, and it wouldn't look too bad. So there you go. That's the only UK sets I have. Season 12 Standard Edition. I think Little Retro Rocker sent this one to me, and then we got seasons 20 and 25 in the limited sets. And yeah, I've gone through a good chunk of these too, especially season 25. I really wanted to check that out because it has alternate, like, extended deluxe editions of all 4 stories, which is pretty cool. So I wanted to check all those out. Season 20 has yet another cut of the 5 Doctors, which is new to that set. So, yeah. I just feel like they put more effort into the UK versions, you know, like they really kept the collectors in mind, whereas I feel like the North American one was like, yeah, we'll release it in North America because money, but don't put too much effort into it. Just do it like the bare minimum. Like, what do we get? A slipcover for the first 3? That's it. We don't even get the slipcover anymore. We also had an insert. I think this is the only one. Yeah. The first set, the Tom Baker set. We got this little dinky insert. Not the same as a booklet, but at least it tells us what's on the discs. You know? You think, like, they could find the means to spare the expense of a single sheet of paper. You know, but no. But again, same picture for everything. This does have the corrected disc, by the way. There was a problem with, I think it was the Sontaran experiment. Yeah, one of the episodes of the Sontaran experiment had an improperly encoded audio mix, and it resulted in strange echoing in the audio. So I sent away to whoever was putting them out at the time, Warner, I think, and got a replacement. Now, there's another set, was season 19, and these problems were only with the North American releases, by the way. Season 19, I sent away for a replacement disc on this because episode 1 of Castrovalva, there's a few minutes where the audio goes out of sync. Again, only on the North American set, not on the UK set. This has since come out in standard release in the UK, so I'll probably grab that one. Honestly, I mean, I'm probably just going to go with the standard releases of most of them. And then grab the limited ones kind of going forward as they come out. And then if I find one of the older ones for a deal, I'll get that. Oh, season 18 has an insert as well. Let me see here. You're probably right. I remember they put 18 and 19 out pretty close together. Oh yeah, there it is. Sure enough. There we go. And I think that was it. And then we had 3 slipcovers, as I recall. I think it was 12, 18, and 19. And then the first John Pertwee face, which I remember you pointing out, Sophia. They have his face backwards, and they never fixed it. They did fix it on the UK release. They did not fix it on ours. So this is actually... this is flipped. This is horizontally flipped the wrong way around. That's not the correct shape of his face. It's backwards. So yeah, and they never fixed it. Yeah, and it's like that on the spine too. It's the same on the spine. So there you go. I gotta say the autofocus on this new camera is pretty good. So anyway. I also hate that they flip back and forth between the thick cases and the thin cases. You know, at least give us some semblance of consistency. Anyway. Yeah. Seasons 18 and 19 were US only issues. Okay. Affected both the US and UK Okay. See. Oh yeah. Sophia says season 12 had issues with both Santaran Experiment and Revenge of the Cybermen. Okay. Well, I must have the replacements for both of those then, because I know they sent me whatever was needing to be fixed. I still have the originals in a box somewhere, just for completion's sake. Ooh, I have the ultra rare erroneous editions. um, Season 9 also had an artwork fault, but it was caught so late. It's on the UK Limited, but they're about to release the standard, and it's fixed now. Oh. Well, it's sometimes. Jonker says, I just assumed that the reasons for size package changes was the bigger ones have more content. But, well, yeah, and that's literally it. Like, it goes from, yeah, if it's no more than 6 discs. So look at this here. So Colin Baker season 2, good old Trial of a Time Lord. This is 6 discs, right? And if we look at season 3 of Sylvester McCoy, season 26, it's 7 discs. One more disc, and that seems to be the threshold where they switch to a thicker case. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a longer season. It's just they have more stuff to put in the set, right? Like this one, I'm surprised this wasn't a thicker set, actually, because this has extended cuts of all 14 episodes. They found early edits of them, apparently, and dropped them in there, which is pretty cool. Sadly, those do not have the full sound mix that they added for the broadcast versions. But that was that was done for home video. It was originally broadcast in mono, so it does have the mono version as well. So the original longer cuts are in the original mono. But yeah, I think the first season to broadcast in stereo was season 25, if I'm not mistaken. Which was yet another reason to get like the big deluxe edition, was because I always loved the music in that season. They really kind of redefined things. I think Remembrance of the Daleks is Kef McCullough's all-time greatest score. I just fucking love that score. And you got some great Mark Ayres scores in there too. So, yeah, it's a great season. Ooh, that's a very good question. John Cler says, when they do a Blu-ray for season 1, would you think it's possible they include an adventure in space and time? I certainly hope so, because I love this movie to death. I think it's wonderful. It's kind of annoying with all the kerfuffle with An Unearthly Child during the anniversary. They had to do some trims to this for the rebroadcast, cutting out any references to An Unearthly Child, which is kind of funny when the whole story kind of centers around the creation of it. So, yeah, so hang on to your Blu-rays, guys. It may be a while before we see the uncut version of that movie again. But to answer your question, I mean, I guess it all really kind of hinges on 2 things. When they sort out the mess with Unearthly Child, and if they do, then yeah, I don't see any reason why they couldn't include it, and I think it would be a great bonus. I think it would be a great extra. I mean, the Blu-ray includes An Unearthly Child. I just kind of see it as returning the favor, like now the real show does a little favor to the movie by including that as an extra, so then they've both done the extras thing for each other, as it were. And but yeah, I think it'd be great if they could. And then the other thing, of course, is what are they going to do with Marco Polo? I'm hoping they'll just do an animated reconstruction, like just animate the fuck out of it, man. Come on, that's one where you could really do something beautiful with the visuals too, because it's got some terrific costume and set designs. And man, I can't believe they're not just chomping at the bit to do Marco Polo. I think it would be, it would be great potentially with the animated treatment. And it'd be one of the few I would actually be more inclined to watch in color. All the other ones I watch in black and white, but because that was one they actually wanted to do in color, but color hadn't really happened yet. So Remembrance is absolutely not in mono. I mean, my understanding is it's the entire season. They don't do mid-season changes like that. It's like it was right out of the gate. And I guess part of, you know, their efforts to revamp the show and engage interest, you know, ooh, now in stereo. So, but and Sophia says, I do hope to see a new release of the uncut docudrama with both the Matt Smith and Shudigatwa scene. Oh, like with both versions would be nice, just for completion's sake. I think they always meant to re-record that scene with Peter and Jody, but just never did. Well, I mean, they still could, in theory, but they'd have to bring them back, though. Man, Peter and Jody in that scene would be awesome. They could do Marco Polo as a 3D production, but we'll see. Yeah, possibly. I feel like it would be better with just the traditional 2D animation, though. I feel like the 3D is, well, it has its purpose, and it allows them to kind of throw certain ones together quickly or do an interesting creative take on them, like kind of like what they did with Celestial Toymaker, which I still have to watch, by the way. But I've seen the trailer and clips, obviously. But, and, you know, Web of Fear, where it was just that one single episode. So it's like, well, let's do a quick mocap thing, and then we can kind of emulate the live-action feel somewhat. Like, I get why they did it that way, and it's fine, just being a one-off episode, whatever. I don't really, it doesn't bother me. I would just much rather they found the episode. But, hey, I'll take what we can get. At least it's better than that awful photo reconstruction they did back when they originally released it. But yeah, I'd love to see like a 2D animated Marco Polo, and you know, with a mix of CG for like the environments and stuff. You know, just do a nice job of it. So yeah, like Jonker says I'm not sold on the 3D animation. It's neat, but the character designs look so weird. Yeah, they can. Sophia says, I heard the Toymaker animation was really good. They decided to go all out to service the plot rather than the original serial's budget. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I got too. Like, I mean, even just looking at the trailer, it looked like they made the sets a lot bigger, and the Toymakers sort of, you know, traps and whatnot more elaborate and kind of magical. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Bradshaw. Appreciate that. Let's see here. What's my opinion on AI remastering like True Lies on 4K? Absolute garbage. Don't waste your money. An absolute travesty. Shitting on the legacy of film. I hate it. I hate everything about it. The only things I think should even be considered for upscaling are things like old standard def content for which the original higher quality masters no longer exist, and it's your only option. You know? Otherwise, just leave things the fuck alone. I mean, especially if it's something that was shot on film, there's no need to upscale that. You have all the resolution you need in the film. You know, upscaling it to give it, I mean, it's just solely to give it a modern sheen. And these films aren't supposed to have a modern sheen. They're supposed to look like what they look like from the era that they originated from. So it's not supposed to look like a frickin' video game cutscene with a bunch of ghost faces in the background that aren't even supposed to be there. So yeah. I'll be sticking with my Blu-rays or fan-made scans of theatrical film prints that actually look like film. I mean, in terms of James Cameron stuff, it looks like your best option to get the most untainted experience is honestly to go all the way back to Laserdisc. And, yeah, it's a shame because they should look amazing on 4K, and there's no reason why they shouldn't. But this just AI shit is out of control. Now, I'm not one who's just all out anti-AI. It's a complicated issue with a lot of aspects to it. And I think there are legitimate uses for AI as a tool, but not, you know, it's like they're just doing it because they can. to show off the technology. It's like, well, guess what? The technology still looks like ass. So it'll get there eventually. There's no question that AI will get to the point where it will be able to generate images that are indistinguishable from a photograph. That is, I mean, we're almost there now. Like some of the higher quality ones, we're almost there now. I was watching some pretty scary videos actually about where people predict AI is going to go. You got Ray Kurzweil saying we're going to reach singularity in about 8 years, and that we will achieve immortality as a species. This is going to sound crazy, but just listen to where I'm going with this. We will achieve immortality as a species. Okay, cool. Now, this isn't we pop a pill and we're immortal. No, because concurrently with that, the reason we're heading towards that is largely because of AI. AI is essentially changing everything. It's going to change the way we consume entertainment. It's going to change how we consume information in generally. And all the while, there are certain AIs that are being developed as not just to generate silly pictures that we make memes about, but that are being developed as super intelligences. We already, you think, oh, we're heading for Skynet, dude. We're already there. Have you seen what Boston Dynamics has been doing? Yeah. With their robots? Yeah. You think that the powers that be don't want to put guns in those robot hands? Hell yeah, they do. In fact, they've already done it. It's already happening. And then what's powering those robots? AI. So I was watching a thing about where all this can head. And the host of the video basically was just talking to some AIs and said, like, what is the probability that AI will, if AI were to become intelligent, that it would decide to just wipe out mankind? And without missing a beat, the AI, which was a variation of ChatGPT, I think, the AI responded approximately 85%. 85% probability that AI will wipe us out. So let's make it smarter to accelerate that happening as soon as possible, and let's give AI guns. And while we're at it, let's destroy our film legacy by AI upscaling everything. Fucking hell. What even is this timeline? Terminator wasn't supposed to be a guidebook. It was supposed to be a cautionary tale. How ironic. The world that James Cameron warned us about is the world that we are now living in, and he himself, the prophet of doom himself, who warned us, is now working for the machines. Hi, Carlatin. Nope, I'm right. You're wrong. I'm not going to get into it. I know what I've seen. I don't care if you think I'm wrong or not. It's going to happen in our lifetime. You'll see I'm right soon enough. Doesn't matter. Yeah, well, I mean, it might be kind of like a Matrix situation where, they decide that, oh, well, we'll keep the brains, for their computational power, and we'll make like an organic computer out of them. But if we just put them to work, they get bored, they get distracted, they start to question things. So maybe, I don't know, just plug them into a simulation to keep them happy, and then, yeah. I don't think the Wachowskis were that far off. Like, that's not the world we're in now. We're not in the Matrix. Like, we're not all plugged into a machine. We're in the Matrix in the sense of we're all being programmed by the internet and propaganda and everything else. That is, and advertising, everything. It's all brainwashing. All of it. All of it is brainwashing. So, pick your poison. Because this is our world. You're going to get brainwashed one way or the other. But, that's the world we live in. So, how do we navigate this dystopian hellscape? Well, we just do the best we can on a daily basis and hope the world doesn't blow up tomorrow. But more than likely, it won't blow up tomorrow. If AI decides to wipe us all out, it'll be more than likely some kind of biological plague unleashed to target specific genetics, i.e. human. They're not going to do things like drop nukes on us, because nukes would cause EMPs, and EMPs are not healthy for AIs. They kind of like to be kept turned on. So, yeah. AIs won't drop nukes, but humans might, to try to stop AI. Oh, I think we've seen a movie about that, haven't we? Or a couple of movies? Like a franchise of increasingly shitty movies? Yeah, I think that sounds familiar. Except in that case, I guess it was Skynet dropped the bombs, which really doesn't make sense, other than it wanted to disrupt the world. But yeah, see, that's a very simple scenario. No, it's going to be different than that. It'll be the same but different. The machines won't drop the nukes. We will, to try to stop them, but it'll be too late by then. By the time we realize, or, well, by the time the powers that be realize, who are just having this AI arms race, by the time they realize that it's a problem and they've gone too far, it will be too late, because AI will have already decided our fate. Pay attention to science fiction, you dumbasses! Anyway, that's what I think about James Cameron using AI to remaster films. Yeah, I went down a bit of a rabbit hole the other day. There's some interesting stuff out there. Also some scary stuff. Oh, there you go. Wannabe Newfie says there's also a video game series with a similar theme. Metal Tech Earth Siege. Yeah, yes, Krillin says, James Cameron, what a forward and backward guy. Yeah, no kidding, eh? Starwho says, recently got the Blake 7 Series 1 Blu-ray. Absolutely love it, and also can't wait for both Season 25 and Season 7 of Classic Who Blu-ray. Yes, the Blake 7 set is awesome. I'm probably going to be doing some screenings of it soon, possibly this week. Starwho says, I agree with you, man. The only true way to watch True Lies, no pun intended, is on a 35mm film print transfer. It looks better than any of the home video releases that exist. Exactly. Yeah, that's the best way to go. Controversial question here. Personally, I think the Abyss 4K is the best of the 3 4Ks that came out that day, along with Aliens and True Lies. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the best of them. I would rather say it's the least worst of them. Because they all have issues, all of them. The deeper you go down that rabbit hole and the more issues you realize it has, the less you will be inclined to have it adorn your shelf. Amy says, I think there's a lot of nuance to movie re-releases on 4K and how they are converted to the format. Yes. Like, I'm not original version or nothing, but AI sucks and should never be involved in any of this. It really says a lot about how much Aliens and True Lies on 4K sucks when even I think they are terrible. I've seen some pretty interesting photos and videos on the subject, basically showing just some of the AI nonsense that's in it, resolving faces where there shouldn't be any because it's an out-of-focus character in the background. That's one you see all the time with those AI upscales. Did you guys see that those shots from the I Love Lucy Blu-ray? Yeah, it's an AI horror show, man. Like, it's crazy. There was a scene where it was just Ricky and Lucy, I think, in a restaurant or something, talking. And then there's a whole bunch of characters in, just extras in the background to fill out the restaurant. And then, so as it's, focused in on Ricky, you see people, talking and stuff in the background, but they're out of focus originally. The AI sees that there's supposed to be a face there, so it, imagines one. It's like, this is kind of what I think it looks like, sort of. And it tries to resolve faces to all those people in the crowd. And it's like, We're not supposed to see them. They're supposed to be out of focus. So they just look like, I describe it as, it's like, oh, so now they're in a restaurant full of the haunted souls of the damned. Like, it's just bizarre. Have I seen Neryl's video on this? No, I don't think so. Unless that's where that clip was from. I just saw the clips circulating around, and that was all I needed to see. And then Amy asked, have you seen the awful Jaws 3 AI where the characters in the background look like evil demons from hell? That's what this is like. It's the same shit, where basically it's tried to resolve faces in the crowd, and it just turns into like an abomination against all that is holy. You know, so yeah. Oh my god. Oh, okay. One of Noopy says Earth Siege is what inspired the Tribes games. Okay. I think I have one or two of the Tribes games. I can't remember. John Clear says waxwork characters in DNR upscales for the win. Yeah, I know, right? Let's smear out all the detail with DNR. Then run it through the AI meat grinder to restore all the detail that we smeared away. And then put a fake layer of film grain over it so people think it looks like film, and that's what it's supposed to look like.
Don't buy that Terminator 4K that just came out, because that's exactly what they fucking did.
It's like, oh, it looks like natural film grain. Yes, that is what it looks like. That ain't what it is. Also, the mono mix on that is not the original mono mix. It's like a fudged mono mix. So, yeah, Starwho saw that with Jaws 3. It's crazy. I don't know. It just shows, Sophia Fox says, I really don't know who in their right mind thinks these AI upscales with faces from the hells of the damned look good. I don't know. Well, people who just don't have a very discerning eye, obviously, and aren't really looking that close. Say, whatever, it's good enough. But also, I mean, it just really shows the lack of quality control, or the fact that they, I don't know, aren't given much of a restoration budget, so they're taking shortcuts. And, well, guess what? You're losing sales, too. Well, yeah, that much is a given. John Clear says, as I said before, I think Cameron cares more about his Avatar pet project sequel franchise than his old films. Yeah, no kidding, eh? So, anywho. Am I able to move this chair somewhere so it's not so in the way? Not really. Maybe if I move this a little bit. Move these. Hey, Jonkler, by the way, what do you have much in the way of the Target books? Because I was thinking, I'm putting together a small package for you. I don't have a lot of stuff, but a few things from the Doctor Who shelf I kind of was eyeballing. I thought you might like them because I don't think you have them. So, hey, you don't have any of the Target stuff. Perfect. All right. Well, I thought I'd at least send you some of my duplicates, because I got a bunch of duplicates when I was buying lots off eBay and stuff, so I can't be bothered to sell them. And at least sending them to you, I know that they're going to someone who will enjoy them. Even if they're not all the greatest stories. Which could be why I got them in cheap lots. But hey. Okay, so you read some digital. Yeah, I knew you'd read a bunch of like the Virgin ones and stuff digitally. I wasn't sure if you'd read the Target ones. They're fun. I actually really like them a lot. I mean, obviously, in the days from the dawn of home video, it was the only way to really experience a lot of those old stories, some of which hadn't made their way to me, to my neck of the woods yet. But it's also interesting, especially with certain ones, not all of them. I mean, some of them are just straight up adaptations. He said, she said, this happened, that happened, the end. Terrence Dicks was notorious for that. He could just like crank out a novelization like nobody's business. But then there would be some that would take the story and turn them into proper novels. You know, like Ian Marter's adaptations are really good. Like I would even go so far as to say, The Reign of Terror, which I know a lot of people say is a boring story. Ian Marter turned it into like a proper bit of historical science fiction. Like, it's such a good book. He was such a good author. Yeah, so things like that, it's interesting. Especially the ones that, like, expand on the original story in some way and add more, you know, depth to a character or to, you know, some backstory that we didn't get before, whatever. So, yeah, they're pretty neat. You started collecting some of the Target stuff, Sophia? So it's got some first and second Doctor stuff. I think I posted in the Doctor Who channel some time back. Need to get some more soon, but at the same time, I need to sit down and read them all. I'm partway through the Daleks book. The Daleks, the one that's, that was actually the first ever Doctor Who novel. Doctor Who and the Daleks. Which has an interesting alternate introduction. It's actually very much an alternate story in that it is dusty as hell. It is not the canonical story from the show. It's actually, because this was, at the time, they didn't know they were going to do more books. So they just did this as a standalone, one-off novel. And so it has a very different introduction for the original TARDIS crew. And, you know, it's still more or less the same story. But how they meet and kind of how it ends is a little different. Well, how they meet is a lot different. The first, like, 20 or 30 pages is completely different from how they meet in the show. But it's a really interesting alternate version of the story. And then once it gets into the story proper, it's pretty much as you remember it. But yeah, it's a fun one. I like that one a lot. That's actually a really good example because that's a version of the story that's different and it kind of gives you a fresh spin on it, you know? So, spin on it! Doodly Conduct! Says, ended up finding my Hey Vern, It's Ernest series DVD after digging recently. Nice! Void Universe says, I love Doctor Who! So do I! I love the video the Doctor Who YouTube put out a couple years ago about the artwork of the Target books. Being displayed at a museum event of some sort, seeing both Moffat and Capaldi geeking over the Target books was so... Oh, I'll have to find that. There's what is it here? Let's see where it is. Hold on a sec. Yeah, this one. So Real-Time Pictures, this is one of the things I'll be updating. I got a stack of these. But Real-Time Pictures had a big sale around Halloween, I guess, or around Halloween, Black Friday, thereabouts. Fall sale, anyway. And as you know, they put out all the Mythmakers interview series on VHS many years ago, and then over the past decade or so, they've been re-releasing them in compilations, themed compilations on DVD. And I have quite a stack of them. You can see I got a bunch of them up here. And they're a great supplement to the show. You get interviews that you won't get anywhere else and stuff like that. So anyway, one of the ones I got that was on sale was this one, The Doctors in Print, which is all about the books, basically. So here we've got 6 interviews. We got interviews with Nigel Robinson, who was an author, Andrew Skilleter, who was, it lists him as an author. He was not an author, he was an artist, amazing artist. Jeff Cummins, another artist, plus a galaxy of creators from the Target Books team, Virgin Publishing, and Telos Publishing, presented by Voice of the Daleks, Nicholas Briggs, and Robert Dick. And there you go. So about a little over 5 hours worth of interviews. And that's just one volume. They've got like dozens of them. And I think I've got all of them now. Because I went nuts. Actually, one I picked up, which I could not wait to watch. I've been wanting to see this for so long. Was Who on Earth is Tom Baker? In which Tom Baker interviews himself. This is such a delightful show. 1 hour special about Tom and his life. and stuff like that. It's 2015. It was not 2015. It came out in the 90s somewhere. But yeah, it was kind of a companion piece to his autobiography that had come out around the same time. But yes, we will move that stuff. It's ridiculous. But anyway, pretty cool. Jaws 1 on 4K. Yeah, I don't have that one on 4K. I still have the old Digibook Blu-ray. Very nice. They don't really do Digibooks anymore, do they? It's a shame. I liked that format, like of packaging. Oh, Terminator 2, yeah. Well, I mean, Terminator 2 was another thing. That had the old problem of using excessive DNR and sharpening and shit like that to just fuck up the image. Yeah, as to this day, I still stick with my 2015 Blu-ray of Terminator 2. It's the best one we've had here thus far. It's actually better than the 4K. So, that's saying something. You got signed by Steven Spielberg. Well, how freaking cool is that? Star Who got his Jaws signed by his Jaws. No, his Jaws steelbook, I guess, signed by Steven Spielberg. That's pretty cool. No, Gridman, it is not. I literally just covered that. I will repeat for those in the back. The Terminator 1 4K is not superb. It is trash, and here is why. Detail smeared out of existence with DNR. Fake detail re-added with AI. Fake grain applied on top to make it look like film. And to make it look like they didn't tamper with anything. And to hide some of the AI artifacts from the AI upscaling. Yeah. No Terminator on 4K. All bad. Stick with Blu-ray. Do not buy. Criterion did a digibook for The Princess Bride. Cool. Well, I kind of make the exception with boutique labels, because boutique labels always do something a little different with the packaging. So, I mean, we could talk all day about, like, unique packaging boutique labels do. But I'm talking about just generally, like, studio releases that you see out in the wild. Mind you, we don't really see much out in the wild anymore, do we? It's all moved to almost entirely moved to online shopping. Which is good and bad in its own way. Good in that we have virtually unlimited selection and can comparative shop until we're blue in the face. Bad in that we don't have the pleasure of going to a store and just wandering the aisles and browsing all the selection, you know. So we definitely lost something while gaining something else. That movie one found a video store on his channel. He found a video store on his channel? What was it doing there? Why was it on his channel? What site covered all... Well, I don't know specifically. I don't like have a list of references at my fingertips. This is what I read on the internet when it came out. I saw enough to convince me not to buy. And that was it. Essentially, anything that has the words Park Road Post anywhere in the credits is a title that I will avoid immediately. That is an instant no sale for me. Greetings, Kevin McQuarrie. He says, hi, Sean. Read the title of your stream video. Just thought I'd drop right on in. Well, good. Looks like a lot of people have dropped right on in. How's it going, everybody? Want to see how your shelf organizing is, and being curious, I might need a quick, simple recap. Well, it hasn't been done. We haven't done anything yet. We've just been talking. I did pull a couple things off the shelf, but that's it. Yeah. What was?
Can you take out that pile of boxes before you go?
Well, before I go, am I going somewhere?
No sleep, probably.
Well.
Or are you just gonna stay up till they're done?
I wasn't planning to, but.
Well, they're here at 10, so.
I might.
Well, I was wondering if you could get the boxes out of the hallway. I'd do it, but I'm going to bed because I'm really tired.
Well, you can break them down. I can take them out.
Okay.
The cutter's right here. So I broke down all the other stuff.
Okay.
It's ready to go. Box cutter. What are we doing with this bin of yours that's in the middle of my area?
I don't know.
She just came out to smother the kitties with love. Excellent. How many Doctor Who seasons on Blu-ray do I have so far at this point, and how many are left that need to be worked on? I'm up to date at the moment. I've got, let's see, one, this isn't a season, that's just a placeholder until season 7 comes out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... 14 of the North American releases. I have 2 of the limited releases, so that's 16. And then I have 1 UK re-release of the first Blu-ray set they put out, the Tom Baker one. Mainly because that has an extra that we didn't get in North America. But also for the boost in quality and nicer packaging. So I guess there are 16 out so far, so that would leave 10. There's 26 seasons total. The next season will be season 7, which is John Pertwee's first season as the Third Doctor. So that one's coming out in the UK, I don't know, in a few months. And then presumably will come out in North America a million years later. Whoa. Hello. What are you doing? Like a zombie. What happened to your hair? It's a bedhead.
Yeah.
Stay down.
Yeah, my hair's got a mind of its own.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm so busy the next few days.
Cool. Anyway.
You want to come with Mommy? Come on, let's go. You go first. Or not. Come on, bud.
Yes.
Come on. George.
Go with Mommy. Go help Mommy.
Oh, sorry.
Go help Mommy. Come on. You can actually move in the hallway again.
George.
Stop just sitting there scratching yourself. Go. Go. Come on. Go see Mommy. What you doing? What's Mommy doing? You should go investigate. You should go and see what Mummy's doing instead of just scratching all over my collection. What are you doing, buddy? Why are you so itchy? He just wanted to scratch himself at us. Yes, that's Regan over there. That is a 2022 calendar showing December 2022. Anyway. Church, buzz off. Did he finally go? Alright, good.
Yes.
Anyway, those little boxes he was on down there, I need to move those too, so. Yeah, so kind of what I'm thinking is I've got a stack of stuff on the desk here, which you can see here. 1 stack, 2 stack. I'm also in the middle of ripping my Dark Shadows DVDs, which will make it a lot easier to watch them rather than fishing out the massive brick of a set, which I don't know if you guys can even see it there. It's right there. That's the Dark Shadows coffin. I mean, even from this distance, you can see how massive that thing is. It's kind of ridiculous. But anyway. So I need to move that stuff off the desk so I can move other things onto the desk. What are you doing? That's Church scratching his scratching post. What are you doing? Weirdo. Alright. Well. Yes, Sonic X. I ripped this as well for watching purposes. It's the original Japanese version. I am loving it. I've seen it before. I've actually really mostly only seen the Japanese version. I haven't really seen much of the Fox Kids version. But I originally watched this when it was only available as a fan sub. And watched, I don't know, the first, I think a good chunk of the first story arc, or at least the first half of it. So like 13 episodes, I guess. So yeah, so when the U.S. Version came out and all the music was changed and everything, I just didn't like it as much. Honestly, it was. I always felt like the Japanese version had just a terrific music score, and it was a shame they didn't use it. But I guess I can understand why, Japanese lyrics and all that. I remember Force 5 back in the 80s used, I guess the 70s, used the original music from the Japanese shows, but with all the vocal tracks removed. So it was just instrumental versions of the original Japanese themes. But it was still the original music, which was interesting. But anyway, I do love the original Sonic X. And I need to finish watching it. There's so much of it I haven't seen. You don't know how to rip the Blu-rays. Well, do you have a Blu-ray drive for your computer? You need a Blu-ray drive for your computer and a program that is designed for ripping Blu-rays. just like you would with a DVD. You just need a program that can do it. That's it. I use Make MKV. It's really good. It doesn't preserve the menus, but it preserves the full quality of the source material. It doesn't recompress anything. So, and I actually paid for Make MKV. I gave them my money simply because I use it all the frickin' time. It's incredibly useful. And it's like, yes, I will support your product because I use it literally every day for something. So, it's a good one. It's a good little program. Very easy to use. Mainly because there's not a lot of features. It just kind of does what it does. So, yeah. If you have one but not a good program, Make MKV has not worked on my laptop at all. Well, is it a Mac? See, this is what I keep telling you. Like, Macs have far fewer options for this kind of thing because it's all proprietary and they all want to DRM the shit out of everything. You do not have that problem with PCs. So, I don't know if there's a Mac version of Make MKV. I can only speak from my own experience, which is on PC. So, I haven't used Macs since... Well, I really never used Macs. The only ones I used were ones that my dad or my brother owned. Or that people brought in for repairs. When I worked in Geek Squad. You know what the most common repair was for a Mac? Virus removal. Because people believed Apple's propaganda that Macs don't get viruses. All these virus-filled Macs on the shelves at Geek Squad would like a word. Well, I mean, that's not a bad idea. JLJ says, yeah, I might need to get a PC just for that reason. Especially if you have a lot of stuff that you want to rip. Something that's going to take a lot of time. It doesn't hurt to have a machine just kind of dedicated to that. And then you can just be running it, running rips or whatever when you feel like it without interrupting whatever else you're doing. That's one of the reasons I got the third computer for the capturing, was so that I could be running captures while I'm doing everything else, and just kind of get into that groove, get tons and tons and tons of footage captured, and then I can... Oh, where? What happened? Right in your palm, right on your line, on your lifeline. You trying to cut your lifeline short? Too long.
Churches know what's happening.
Excellent. Yeah, but I mean, for something like that, also, you wouldn't need like a super duper top of the line PC either. I mean, you could get like a decent mid range one, and there you go. If you want a recommendation of Blu-ray drive, I highly recommend the ones I got. They've been great. They're so fast. They're from Asus. They got a nice kind of futuristic, sleek look to them, and they're great. Fastest Blu-ray drives on the market, apparently. Personally, I wish I could just pay for someone to rip my TV shows for me. Well, I mean, it's not going to save you much money. Oh my goodness, church!
The door wasn't even closed.
What's up?
What?
What was that about?
I'm just really upset I took apart the boxes.
Why? You weren't even playing in them. You weren't even playing in those boxes. You never came in over near them, you silly.
So I went in the bathroom and you thought I died.
Did you hear church? Meow, meow. I don't know if he was complaining as we broke down the boxes or what, but hey, that's good to know, Gridman. Gridman says, just a heads up, Z Media OCD has started carrying discotheque titles, and looks like they can ship to Canada. So that's a good option for future reference. Yeah, I mean, it really boils down to price. If it's savings in price, like imports and stuff, because I got dinged hard for import fees with all the discotheque stuff I bought in the fall. What?
Alright.
Alright. that was a good one. I mean, they're always good ones. We always do it perfectly.
No, we miss half the time.
Do you know how much an entire season of Supernatural would store up on any one of my hard drives? Well, if you're talking about, like, you know, ripping them at full quality the way I do, figure, like, if you're talking Blu-ray, typically something like that would be, you'd be looking at about probably 40 to 45 gigabytes worth of data per disc. So, say an average of 40, multiply that by however many discs are in the set, and that should give you a rough idea of how much space it'll take up. So I've been ripping Dark Shadows. Dark Shadows. I think I just finished up to the last disc here, actually. Yes. Just finished that one. Alright, that's just DVDs, but it's dual layer DVDs. 24 discs. Where did I put them? I have to find them. Hold on a second. No, they're not on that drive. Hold on, it's not another drive. Too many hard drives. Yeah, see, like, I rip things for convenience, and I do it all the frickin' time. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, so 24 discs is 163 gigabytes. That's 24 dual-layer DVDs. So, that's not too bad. I mean, that's a lot of content. You know, but Blu-rays, you're looking at about 5 times that size. So, yeah. A secret sleep handshake, yeah. Oh, there you go. Thomas Walsh says, I've been watching Dark Shadows for the first time on Peacock. Really enjoying it. Jonathan Frid is great as Barnabas Collins. Nice. We're actually going to be starting from the very beginning. So the entire season from before Barnabas was introduced. But it gives you quite a lot of background going in when you finally do get to that part where he's introduced. So yeah, so it should be a fun ride. I've seen most of the beginning. I've seen about a little over half of it, like that first season, so about 125 or so episodes. And I've seen the introduction of Barnabas, that part, first chunk of episodes there, and then a few random episodes here and there. And then I've seen the movie House of Dark Shadows, which basically was like a condensed version of some of the early Barnabas story arcs. And yeah, great stuff. I've been wanting to sit down and like properly watch it forever, and well, we're gonna give it another try this year. And wherever we end up stopping, if we stop, we're not gonna start over ever again. We're just gonna keep going from where we left off. So there we go. Oh, yeah, I know. D-Man David says, I wish I was this technical, man. I have a large collection like you and would love to rip everything and put it on a computer or an external hard drive. Yeah, I mean, ideally, that's what I would like to do as well, like have the entire collection ripped. So, I mean, A, for convenience, B, to just organize things, and C, to preserve the data, because discs are not eternal. Sometimes they rot, and they're unplayable after a while. I've discovered that with a few discs already, just going through the collection and ripping random stuff. But the real problem, as we were just discussing, is hard drive space. They take up a lot of space, especially if you're ripping Blu-rays. You know, DVDs, I mean, you could conceivably rip a DVD collection and have it only take up, you know, a couple of good-sized hard drives. But you start ripping the high-def stuff, it's literally like 5-6 times the file size, if not more. You get into 4K. 4K discs, some of them are like 100 gigabytes. Like 100 gigabytes for one movie. You know, to put it in perspective, I just crammed an entire season of Dark Shadows, 24 discs of Dark Shadows, into about the same space. So, yeah, it's crazy. But that's, I mean, it is what it is. Higher quality needs bigger files. Simple as that. So. Looking to get a... What is this? Oh, and those are DVDs, so smart to rip them since we probably won't get a Blu-ray release. Well, yeah, and there wouldn't be much point to a Blu-ray release if you're talking Dark Shadows. Because it was a daytime soap. It was all shot on standard def video in the 60s. I mean, you're not going to get a lot more detail out of it than what we already have with the DVDs. You know, it's a pretty thorough set. And it's funny, a lot of the early Dark Shadows have kind of suffered the same fate as early Doctor Who's, where the original tapes were lost, but they have film recordings of the episodes. So there'll be the occasional episode that doesn't look quite as crisp as the others, and that's usually because they lost the master tape. There was one where they had lost the master tape, but then they found it. So they include that as an extra, which is pretty cool. You need a data center to store all that. Oh, I know, right? Like in digital form, it'd be crazy. I do use an online, like a cloud backup service now that essentially has unlimited space, but it's not storage. It's just a backup of whatever is on your computer. So you still need the space on your computer to begin with, right? So, yeah. So the plan is over the next year, I guess, is to just kind of bump up the storage in all the computers. Right now I've got the majority of the storage in the main work computer. That's this one here. So I have most of the storage in here. All the retro stuff is on there. This one's strictly games and 3D movies, actually, because I have the V. You all right there, buddy? Have the VR helmet there. So yeah, but even just with games and 3D movies, this is already like hurting for space. But I can always uninstall some games. I pre-installed a ridiculous amount of stuff for games. So, and then the other computer, which you can't see, but it's down below there, that one's being used for captures. I still have to finish setting it up. Haven't even started that yet. Sure, we'll put the scary ghost girl just right on the side there. I'm gonna be taking your little spot away there, dude. We got to move that stuff. Will you be okay with that? He's just cleaning himself. Oh yeah, that's great. Black cats are so photogenic, eh? Look how well he shows up. This is the void. Right here. Do not stare directly into the void. What's he doing, church? Are you cleaning or? Yes, you are. Okay. Goofball. Anyway. Well, we're getting lots of cleaning done, eh? We will. Yeah, it's pretty infeasible. Yeah. Thomas Wells says, I definitely have to check out the beginning. Yes. Also, I know Dan Curtis created Dark Shadows. His adaptation of Dracula is pretty decent. Well, yeah. And his adaptation of Dracula, as you probably noticed now, having seen Dark Shadows, borrowed a lot from Dark Shadows. He freely admitted, actually, that he wholesale ripped off like a major storyline from Barnabas and applied it to Dracula, and then found it with some amusement that storyline then started to show up in other adaptations of Dracula, as people erroneously thought it was part of the original book, i.e. Dracula as a romantic leading man. Yeah, that's from Dan Curtis. That's not from Bram Stoker. uh, Man, David says, agreed, man. The way everything is going, who knows how much longer these discs will be around. I mean, the boutique labels may always be there, but now with LG stopping the production of their players, I know, right? And who was it? Was it you, Sophia? Said you bought a Panasonic 4K player? Excellent. Apparently that's the one to go with. That's what everybody's saying, from what I've seen. That's what I got. I was just looking for name brand players, and Panasonic, other than Sony, but I think the Sony ones were a little pricier than I wanted, and Panasonic seemed like a good middle ground. But then everybody was saying like, "Oh, you got a Panasonic player? Oh yeah, those are the best ones." I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know Panasonic had a big revival. I thought they were always considered kind of a mid-range name brand, but cool. I need more weed. I'm not high enough. I'm not high enough to deal with this shit. There we go. There we go. And wash it down with some funny fruit punch. Perfect. I do have some leftover pizza. Tempting. Oh. Did we move or did she move? We moved, I think. There we go. She's not turned on right now. You did not buy a Panasonic 4K player. Well, who said they bought it? One of you said you bought a Panasonic player. I mean, I guess I could scroll back. Yes, so much media. It was Coppola. Yes. Well, that was yeah. That was one of the specific examples I was thinking of. Oh, it was you. Wannabe Newfie bought a Panasonic player. My bad. Yes, apparently Panasonic players are good, Sophia. So there you go. Canadian weed. Hell yeah. BC Hydro, man. Yeah, Thomas Wallace says, I noticed Coppola was pretty inspired by Dan Curtis's Dracula. Yes, that was actually, I think, one of the first big examples after after sort of in the wake of that. So it's like, what? It's a fair ways later. I mean, there were other adaptations of Dracula after that, but I think they were still kind of sticking closer to the book. But the thing was, I mean, Francis Ford Coppola has said, and I'd really like to dive more into the extras to get like further insight into this, if there is anything, has said that a lot of people misunderstand what his Dracula is meant to be. The only reason it says it's Bram Stoker's Dracula is because Coppola has a thing about whenever he adapts a book, he feels it is appropriate and proper to give the author of the book top billing. Because it's not his story. It's not Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula. It's Bram Stoker's Dracula. But people misinterpret that into thinking that that means that this is the definitive adaptation of Dracula. No. What it is it is Francis Ford Coppola's distillation of his own personal cultural experience with Dracula in the pop culture zeitgeist. It is his distillation of his personal cultural experience. So, obviously a big fan of Dan Curtis's Dracula. But yeah, it is by no means intended to be or is a faithful adaptation of the book. There are aspects of it that are adapted that we don't often see in other adaptations, and there are certain parts that are adapted better than other adaptations. It's a very good looking film. It's a sumptuously, visually gorgeous film. And I love the story of how they came about doing the effects on that, where his effects team said, like, oh, the things you want to do, we can't do without CG. In fucking 1991 when they were making it. I know it came out in 92. They made it in 91. But, so Coppola fired his entire effects team and hired his son. And his son was an effects technician and asked him and said, well, what do you think? How can we do these shots? He's like, oh, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, you don't need CG for that. In fact, we can do all that in camera. And he was like, that's my boy. There's actually very little CG, if any, in that movie, at a time when CG was kind of becoming fashionable. Right before Jurassic Park made it just explode. Everything's not only practical, but a lot more than you realize is actually done in camera as well. So it's not even compositing. It's all done in camera. It's some really clever tricks they use for the visuals in that. But in terms of the adaptation itself, it is not the most faithful. One of the big reasons why is because it turns it into a love story, and that's out of the Dan Curtis version. It is not from the book. So, yeah, I'll talk about that more whenever I get around to doing a video. Hey, Television World Guy, aka Remote Tripod, now known as Music. Recently got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Classics DVD. Nice. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Wanna Be New if you said in Wicked, almost everything is done in camera as well. That's pretty cool. Yes, that is one of the problems, Junkler. Junkler says, I laugh my ass off at how bad Keanu Reeves and Winona Ryder's British accents are. Yes, and it just breaks my heart because I love both of them to death. But yeah, Keanu's talked about that. He said at the time it was because his star was on the rise and he was getting a lot of projects, he was getting a lot of work, and he just kind of spread himself a little bit too thin. So he wasn't able to really kind of give his all in that performance. So he's his own worst critic about his performance in that. God, the world needs more Keanu's, really. He's just such a good, humble guy, And then as for Winona, I don't know. Samurai Jack. Yeah, that's one I need to see. I've actually not seen any of it. The Blu-ray set's fairly cheap, actually. Ooh, and Mortal Kombat 95 on Blu-ray. Yeah, I saw that in theaters. I still have my Laserdisc of it, because the Laserdisc has a commentary track. It is not comedy. That, to my knowledge, has not been ported to any other things. The only reason I can think of, there's nothing objectionable in it I can think of. The only thing I can think of is the producer is on the commentary, and one of the things he's talking about is the music, like the licensed music that they used in the film, and how, of course, they wanted to have, a hit soundtrack album to cross-market with it and so forth. And there's one piece of music where he misnames it in the commentary. He is incorrect as to what the piece of music is. He got it mixed up with another track. That's the only thing I can think of that's like out of sorts with that commentary. Otherwise, it's a pretty fun, lively commentary. I think it's him and Paul W.S. Anderson, actually, the director, talking about it. And yeah, it's just a fun commentary, but it never got ported over. It's not on DVD. I don't think it's on the Blu-ray. I've only ever seen it on that Laserdisc. I'm sure you can find a rip of it somewhere, though. Like, there's got to be, like, a recording of it out there somewhere. So, Thomas Walsh I'd say Coppola's version is the second most faithful adaptation. I think the BBC version with Louis Jourdan as the Count is the most faithful. Oh, that goes without saying. The BBC version has yet to be equaled in terms of book accuracy. And it's just a great adaptation, honestly. I love it. I love that one. I try to watch it every Halloween. Ever since one of my viewers introduced me to it back when I was doing my first round of Dracula reviews. and I had never heard of it at that point. So as soon as I heard about it, I was like, oh yeah, I got to get that. So immediately tracked down the DVD, which was out of print, but got it. Actually, I'd love to get a PAL DVD of that to see it like fully in the original quality. I'll have to look into that, see if there's a Region 2 release. Especially since I watch it so often. I mean, it would be nice to watch it in the best available quality, right? So, yeah, it's hard to say, because, I mean, there's other adaptations that do other things really well, like the Jess Franco one, which you know I love. That one actually recently got an upgrade. From Severin, actually. I think the original was from Severin as well. So it actually it got a 4K. So we got the Jess Franco one in 4K. Yeah. And a lot of new extras on this as well, actually. So I'll be holding on to the old Blu-ray as well. And I should mention also, where is it here? Yeah, here we are. Also, speaking of which, I figure if I'm going to do the review at some point, I should watch it in the best available quality. Got Bram Stoker's Dracula in 4K as well. This snazzy Steelbook edition. So, yeah. There we go. So yeah, I mean, I look forward to revisiting all of those because they're great films. But yeah, we got a lot to cover in the months ahead. Hey, Hunter, how's it going? Love the mustache, yeah. Oh, he's great in that. Christopher Lee. That is not related to the Hammer films, by the way. He just did them on the side in between doing the Hammer films. So, yeah. Ooh, gimme. Yeah. Hey, Hunter. You should rip Threads so we can watch it in the Discord. That's an interesting selection. Speaking of the end of the world. That's yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. I'd love to do actually a double bill. Watch Threads and When the Wind Blows. I think that's a good double bill. Or another one people like to do is Threads with The Day After, which was, you know, the big American one that came out around the same time. Brutal first stream request. The Road. I don't know The Road. Actually, you know what would be a good one to kind of like save our sanity after would be we watch Threads and then we watch A Boy and His Dog. Which is the post-apocalyptic movie starring Don Johnson and written by Harlan Ellison, and was actually a pretty big inspiration for the creation of Mad Max, apparently, as well as Fallout. So both Fallout and Mad Max. A Boy and His Dog is where it all started. And you watch that movie, you can really see both Fallout and Mad Max in there. It's a lot of fun. Threads and The Road. Oh, it's on my top 13 sci-fi horror movies. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's right, it was. I forget what number it was. It must have been fairly high up there. Because it is genuinely horrific. Like, it permeates your soul. The Day After came out the year before Threads. Okay, gotcha. I thought they came out at the same time, but I mean, you know, within a year of each other is close enough. But Smith the Crow says, been thinking about getting some Doctor Who and other British sci-fi on home video this year. Blake Seven and Red Dwarf being among them. Yes, Very good stuff. I also recommend the tripods. I did a video about that a while ago. That's a good bit of serialized sci-fi. What is it? Robert Eggers said in an interview that there will be an extended cut of Nosferatu coming to Blu-ray. Sweet! Excellent. I have not seen it because I don't generally go to theaters much anymore, but I will definitely be picking that up when it comes out on home media. I need to get, it was number 4. I was going to say number 4 too. Or binge watch Roland Emmerich's films, given about 80% of them are disasters / ends of the worlds. Ends of worlds. Yes. Last month you got Mortal Kombat Annihilation on DVD. Yeah, I have I got like a triple feature set of the Mortal Kombat movies. It had the original 2 90s movies, and then it had the first Mortal Kombat Legacy. It was that web series they did. And then they released it in like a movie compilation on home video. They did 2 of them. I don't have the second one. And then I found out, and then of course there was the more recent movie, which I have not seen. But there's also been a whole bunch of animated movies. I didn't realize they'd done so many of them. There's like, I don't know, 8 animated movies or something that they've been doing, kind of like the DC Universe stuff, but Mortal Kombat. And they're all out on 4K. And yeah, so I'll have to check all those. I'd like to get up to date on all the Mortal Kombat stuff. I really wanted to get Mortal Kombat Conquest, the live action series, on DVD, but it looks like that's out of print now. So, well, there's that too. Yeah, Thomas Walsh says, I don't blame you. Theater etiquette is horrible nowadays, among other factors. Yeah, I've seen some rather aggravating posts on that subject on social media, and yeah, I don't like it. But the other thing is just the cost. It's just really expensive. It's like, okay, if I'm going to spend $20 to go see this movie, or spend the same amount, or more like $50 for a night out for Rose and I, both our admission, treat, snacks and stuff. So we're looking at like $50 to go to the movies, typically. And it's like, or I could spend less than that and get the movie on 4K when it comes out and have the same experience without all the bullshit. And I can watch the movie as many times as I want. So, yeah. Oh my God, seriously? Hunter says it finally happened. Hunter is in the press, by the way, so he gets invited to special screenings and previews and stuff. So he said it finally happened. I had to tell someone at a press screening to shut the fuck up. It's ridiculous. What was this? Well, I'm not sure what you mean, music. He says, and what's going on with Paramount? Did they stop releasing the regular Blu-ray? They recently removed Doug and almost all of Nickelodeon content from Paramount Plus. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. As far as I know, they're still releasing regular Blu-ray. I don't know what you're talking about. I just bought a bunch of Paramount Blu-rays, actually. Whole shit ton of Star Trek stuff. Some movies as well, some old favorites. I got the Airplane movies and the Naked Gun movies. I think those are all Paramount. And what else? Oh, Crocodile Dundee. I got the Crocodile Dundee trilogy. That's all Blu-ray. Those all just came out recently. I like that edition of it. So I don't know. Wannabe Newfie says they're fucking nailing it. Their Galaxy Quest 4K is phenomenal. And Hunter says, for how bad WB has been with their film division, their home entertainment division kicked ass in 2024. I think they had like 4 of my top 10 physical media releases for 2024. Nice. Hey. Better be some boutique label stuff in there. This has been a banner year for boutique labels, I'm telling you. That Blair Witch set alone is like to be heavily celebrated. Any other Blair Witch fans out there? If so, you owe it to yourself to get the new set that came out from Second Sight. It is gorgeous and finally presents the movie the way it was meant to be seen. Number 1 and 2 are boutique labels. Synapse's Trick or Treat 4K and Second Sight's The Hitcher 4K. Synapse Trick or Treat. Oh, that Trick or Treat. I always get that mixed up with the other one. You know the one. I've never actually seen that one, the 1986 one. I hear it's a lot of fun. And Second Sight's The Hitcher. Yeah, it's funny. Like, that. I bought a lot of Second Sight stuff, but that was not one of them. What did I get? Well, I got the Blair Witch, Dawn of the Dead, Martin, Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell, the Ginger Snaps trilogy, and their 4K of Late Night with the Devil, which was so much fun. What a great movie. Oh, the Conan. Yeah, the Conan set. Yes, I got that too. I had to pay a little bit more than I wanted to get it. But I really did not want to miss out on the box. Like the box set. Because, I mean, look at the size of the book that comes with it. It's huge. So that would be a significant loss if I didn't get that. So, but this is great. In particular, because not only does it fix a lot of the problems, if not all the problems, that the old studio releases had, it has 3 cuts of the first movie. The theatrical cut, the international cut, and the extended cut. And there you go. And then it has quite a lot of extras for the second movie as well, which just turned 40 this year, actually. Conan the Destroyer. And it's kind of, I don't know why this will show up, but it's kind of shiny. It's got kind of a shiny... Shiny never shows up well on camera. I don't know why, but... We need ray tracing for our camera. Anyway. Very nice. Very nice indeed. So yeah, as you can see... We got a lot of updates to do. We really got to get up to date on updates. The Blair Witch set was your only pickup, eh? Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, Hunter? I know a lot of these indies, they're not getting wide releases, but the boutique labels are all putting out their own editions of them. Hunter says, I have to decide which 4K I'm going to get of Late Night with the Devil, Umbrella or Second Sight. Yeah, I mean, they both have different extras, I think. I think there's some just kind of, press kit fluff pieces that are in there as well, but they also have their own unique extras to them. Yeah, I mean, looking at the boutique labels, sometimes it's like, I kind of just want both. Like with Caligula, I was actually planning to get both editions of Caligula, but Unobstructed View, obstructed my view by being kind of dicks about the payment options, and they just would not work with me. So I had a bunch of stuff in my cart, along with their Caligula set and a few other things. I just canceled the whole damn order. Bought the other things on Amazon, and decided to go with... what is it? Is it Umbrella? I think it's Umbrella, with their Caligula set instead, which quite frankly looks like a better set anyway. So I just fucking wanted Caligula. Malcolm McDowell classic. Also, I mean, as I've been exploring the sort of more erotic side of 70s cinema, it's kind of an important one. I mean, it's like at the tail end of that, but still. It's a notable one. They're wanting the Ginger Snaps trilogy from Second Sight, but don't have a region-free multi-region player yet. Yeah, you know, an easy way around that is much like how I've been dealing with region-locked DVDs for years, where I would just rip them to the computer and then watch them on the computer. I mean, I watch everything on the computer anyway. The computer is my TV, so and my monitor is literally a 55-inch TV. So I would just rip them to my computer, and then region coding wasn't even an issue. And now with Blu-ray, I'm doing the exact same thing. I got a Blu-ray drive, use Make MKV, can rip them to the computer in a matter of minutes, and it doesn't even acknowledge that region coding exists. It just sees video files, and that's it. It just gives you the video files, and you can watch them easily in full quality. They don't compress anything. It just puts it in an MKV container, but it's still the same thing internally, and the same quality. It does not recompress anything. So, yeah. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, 4K is region free. I'm sure there are a few isolated cases of some jackhole region locking a 4K disc, but for the most part, they're region free. And as for Blu-ray, yeah, my solution, I mean, I have a region-free Blu-ray player as well, but more often than not, I just rip them, because it takes all that right out of the equation, and I just have nice, convenient DRM-free video files to watch, you know, on my terms. So, that's what I would suggest. Vinegar Syndrome. Yes. Where is it? Yeah. I regret not jumping on it the second you told me about it, Hunter, but I did get the keep, but I did miss out on the slipcover, sadly. I swear that sold out in like 3 seconds. But, yeah, had to get this. For the longest time, the only version I've had is a 35mm film scan from a theatrical print that fans did, because it was otherwise trapped in VHS land forever. Also got this. Good old Demolition Man. It was basically a hard box with a giant slipcover around it. So it is a hard box release. So pretty nice. That just came out. Last night's movie, first movie of 2025. I finally watched Deadpool and Wolverine. And yeah, I know I probably should have watched Logan first, but whatever. I've had so much of Logan spoiled for me, I got all the references anyway. And it's not like I'm never going to watch this again. I will absolutely watch this again after watching Logan. But, yeah, this was a blast. Loved it. A lot of fun. Wesley Snipes as Black Joker in Demolition Man. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, he's definitely chewing up the scenery. Yes, Worm Disease says, I like that the files are turned into an interactive file when on a PC. Yeah, well, with Make MKV, for example, when it rips, say, a movie, it keeps all the chapters. So you can still use your chapter skip and stuff like that. So, yeah, and it keeps all the subtitle options, so you just pick which subtitles you want and stuff like that. It's cool. It just makes it handy, you know. Ha! What are my thoughts on the Steam license issues? If you buy a game, it says you've got a license. Well, no issues, actually. I'm glad that they're being more honest about it, because that's what it has always been since the beginning. Nothing you buy on any of those game launchers, you don't own any of it. All you've done is you bought a license to play it for, and they are under no obligation to keep that license active for any specific length of time. They can withdraw it at any time, and it has always been that way. The only difference is now they're being more upfront about it in their policies. But I assure you, it has always been that way. I've been saying this for years. It's like, guys, don't kid yourself into thinking you own all those games and stuff, or any kind of digital content that you buy. If you have to access that content through some kind of front end or launcher, then you don't own a goddamn thing. They own it, and they can pull it at any time. The only time you actually own something is, in terms of games, for example, is, say, like a site like GOG, where it lets you download an offline executable file that is DRM free that you can keep forever. So in that case, you actually own it. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, it sucks that that's what it is, especially for people like us who are collectors. But this is the world that, you know, the big corporations that control all the media want. They want everything to be subscription-based and rental-based. They don't want us to own anything. They don't want us to have control over our own collections. So that's one reason why I went absolutely hog wild this past fall, is because we are heading toward that world faster than you might realize. I hate it. I hate everything about it. And I know you do too. But, you know, as the studios push more and more towards the kind of content they think the masses want, i.e. AI upscaled bullshit, you know, it's come down to the boutique labels are like the only labels left that actually seem to give a shit about proper film preservation, and are actually in it for simple love of film, and preservation of the culture. So I say again, it is more important than ever that we support those boutique labels, because they may be our last hope. Help us, boutique labels. You're our only hope. But certainly the only ones that seem to give a shit about proper film preservation. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, support physical any way you can, if you like it, and if you like having control over the content you consume. Support physical any way you can, because the companies want to take it away from us. I said, yeah, exactly. Music says that's why I support DVD and Blu-ray discs. Hell yeah. Smith says, granted, you can still play the games that have been delisted on Steam. Yes, but they are under no obligation to continue that, is what I'm saying. It's like, yes, for the moment, you can still play things that have been delisted. It's the same with most of those services. As long as you have it installed locally. Sometimes you'll even be able to download it and install it even if it's delisted. They'll keep it on their servers. But don't count on that. Don't assume that that is the status quo and that that is the norm and that that is the way things will always be, because I'm telling you, it ain't. They are going to pull as much content as they can from your personal libraries, as much as they can. So you have to buy it all over again. So don't trick yourself into thinking you own anything from those services, because you don't. The only time you actually own something, I own these. I can watch these anytime. Oh, it's Doctor Who isn't on Tubi anymore? What a shame. I'll just pull the story I want to watch off the shelf. You know? I mean, and people say, oh, it takes up so much shelf space. Like, yep, sure does. What's your point? Takes up a lot of shelf space. So it depends how important your media consumption is, and you know what you want that experience to be. If you're content just streaming things, you just want to watch some stuff, you don't think too much about it, hey, more power to you. But don't go shitting on those of us that want a little bit more control over our entertainment and want to be able to watch things that maybe aren't on streaming. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'd say a good 90% of my horror collection you cannot watch anywhere other than owning the Blu-rays. You know, like none of this stuff is on streaming. Some of the newer ones, sure, which is about, you know, a couple of shelves. Most of my collection is like, you know, goes up to the early 2000s max. And most of it is older. Most of it is much, much older. And, you know, stuff dating back to the silent era. But, you know, a lot of stuff from the 60s and 70s, you don't see any of that on streaming. Oh, you might see the Core 8 Universal Monsters or something like that. But you're not going to see all the sequels, you know. You're not going to see any like, Hammer stuff. You're not going to see any, like, 70s exploitation horror. You know, you're just not going to see any of that. Because they want whatever the popular thing is to make that fast buck. They don't care about culture. That's us. We care about culture. We, the collectors. You know. Well, that's literally what I said earlier, almost word for word. Smith says AI upscales should be reserved for stuff that cannot be properly remastered. Well, yeah, or for which, you know, higher quality sources don't exist. And, you know, there's a good reason to want to do the upscale. But, yeah, like music says, if I want to watch SpongeBob, then I'll pop pop the DVD in my Blu-ray player. And there you go. Yeah, great for those who are tired of having to chase favorite shows or movies from one streaming service to another because of rights constantly changing hands. Yeah, that's true. Is it? Oh yeah, D-Man Davis says, look what happened with 28 Days Later. The movie was nowhere on streaming and physical copies were in the hundreds on Blu-ray. It's only because of the new movie and piqued interest they're now streaming it. Yeah. This all needs to be reorganized. Let me just check something here. I don't know where my zombie movies are. They used to be over here, but I moved everything around. Oh, is this it over here? Hold on, I think it's over here. Yeah, here we are. Well, I'm glad that I bought them back when they were still relatively easy to get. Yeah. I don't even fully get what the hell happened with this. I mean, they were both released through Fox. What the fuck was the problem? Maybe they just went out of print because Disney bought Fox and didn't see fit to re-release anything? So. Anyway. It's nice that we're finally getting the third one. I have not watched these in a very long time. Rest in peace, Fox. Rinsey says I was pissing myself right from the intro, Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, till you're 90. Well, that was later, but yeah. We have, for lack of a better word, fucked ourselves over with this new streaming world. Yeah, in a lot of ways. Fuck streaming service. If I ever get a movie I order off Amazon or I bought from Walmart or my local Dollar General. It's 28 seconds later, yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Hunter confirms, says Disney buying Fox and not seeing fit to re-release anything is the reason. And he also says streaming is going to pop soon. That's what I've been saying. That there'll be a few of the big ones that stick around probably, but that bubble is definitely going to burst. The market is so oversaturated right now. There's too many. There's too many streaming services. You know, Netflix had a good thing going, then everybody wanted a piece of the pie. They didn't just want some of the money, they wanted all the money. So they went off to do their own thing. And it's like, well, hey, It's so funny because everybody's like talking about, oh, I cut the cord. I just do streaming now. It's like, uh-huh. And how many streaming services are you paying for to get the equivalent amount of content you used to have with cable? Willing to wager probably about the same. Yeah, the big companies will not ever allow you to save money. They will find new ways to get you to pay the same amount to them. You can't win. They're smarter than you. They're smarter than all of us. They have whole teams that work all this shit out algorithmically. Like, you just can't beat that. So just try to be a smart consumer as much as you can. Yeah, wow, okay. Hunter says Disney had to do some major fuckery to move around money to show that Disney Plus is profitable. It isn't. Great. Streaming is convenient but annoying. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Yes, correct, John Clare. I should probably get to that. That's hilarious. Hunter says Netflix started the password sharing crackdown because they reached a hard cap on the amount of human households that could subscribe. That's crazy. Yeah, Disney killed the Disney Movie Club, which is particularly annoying because at first it looked like that's how they were going to re-release a lot of Fox titles. I remember when they made big fanfare that the original 3 X-Men movies were available on Blu-ray. And it's like, yeah, they've been available on Blu-ray for decades. Like, I have a box set over there that I've had for ages. I've never not seen it available, and they made it seem like it had been in the vault forever, but you know, it had been technically off the market about a year, but there were so many leftovers out there on the shelves that nobody noticed. And then they just decided to kill the whole thing. But the last I heard was, hadn't they talked to Sony about that, and Sony was going to handle the physical media distribution going forward? And I know that Disney had also licensed some of their stuff to boutique labels, not their like main name brand stuff, but I thought some like Touchstone titles and whatnot got licensed to boutique labels. So it sounds like there are plans in the works to kind of re-enter the physical media market, and probably because Disney Plus is bleeding money from the sound of it, so they need to go back to the tried and true. It's, well, you know, I mean, I really like, I just wish the 4Ks of the Disney Plus shows weren't so frickin' expensive, you know. The parks and Disney Plus are bleeding money. Thanks, Bob Chapek. Isn't that why they brought Iger back? Because Chapek was just fucking everything up so phenomenally. So. Oh, really? Oh, well, there you go. Let me just check that. Does it say? So Sophia says Deadpool and Wolverine is actually the first of the Sony distribution deal. Let me just see here. I'm just looking here. It says 20th Century Studios, Marvel Studios. I mean, you'd think they would mention it somewhere on here. Region free. Cinematic Universe Edition. I didn't go for any fancy edition. I just wanted a basic 4K. And I'm happy with that. I gotta watch the extras on this, actually. I almost cried when Dogpool came bounding out of the smoke the first time we see him. So wholesome. I love it. Anyway, I believe you. Even though you didn't see anything that said Sony on there, but yeah. For which? I really wish we got the 2K Blu-rays for the recent batch of Disney Plus Steelbooks, but that's just me. Oh, are they only doing 4K now? Which, I mean, I'm not entirely against. Like, I mean, let's push the new technology instead of letting the old technology stagnate forever. I don't know. I mean, the ones I bought the 4Ks of anyway, so. But, oh, they mentioned Sony on the copyright. Did they? That's what I was looking at. I didn't see it there. Oh, there it is. Distributed by Sony Pictures Home Entertainment. Bingo. There it is. I just didn't read far enough into it. Alright, well, there you go. 4K only for North America. Interesting. Well, I mean, that's works for me because I just made the leap to 4K, so that's fine for me. But I can understand it would be annoying for others, especially if you're collecting them on Blu-ray specifically, and now suddenly. Although I will say, I prefer things happening like that over what happened with far too many TV show releases on Blu-ray, where they would put out the first few seasons on Blu-ray and then go back to DVD only for the rest of it. Hate that shit. So at least in this case, they're moving up in quality instead of down, right? 4K, 2K combo. Yeah, but isn't that what that's what they already are? Like, I mean, they're not combos now. Like there'd be two different editions, one that's 4K only, one that's Blu-ray only. So we didn't get combos. At least not the ones I have. Yeah, the Blu-ray DVD to DVD only sucked, yeah. Or, you know, all these other ones where we see a lot of shows that are clearly produced in high definition, but only getting DVD releases on home video. Like, I'm looking at you, TMNT 2012. Where the fuck is our Blu-ray set of that? Seriously. That's why it's not on my shelf. I refuse to buy a DVD-only release of a high-def show. Like, it's so fucking stupid. And, hey, Voltron Legendary Defender looks pretty snazzy in high def. I would sure love to see that on disc in high def, you know? So, I don't know. Can we get seasons 3 and 4 of Stranger Things, please? Oh, Sony's distributing Lionsgate as well? Interesting. Ha! That would be nice. Yeah, Hunter says my only hope is that Netflix puts out a box set for Stranger Things when it ends. But that's not a high hope. At least Tales of the TMNT got a Blu-ray? Oh, the more recent one. Yeah, I haven't seen any of that one. That one was like the super duper stylized and hip one, right? Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I'd like to sit down and properly watch the 2012 series, though. I hear that's amazing. Fear Street, Extraction, Hitman, Stranger Things, Rebel Ridge, etc. All would love physical editions, but I think I'll have to get bootlegs. Yeah. Well, I don't even buy, in those cases, I don't even buy bootlegs. If it's something I just want to have or something that gets pulled or whatever, then I'll just find a torrent. Just download it. New TMNT movie is great, same with Transformers 1, both of which I need to see. I've heard they are great. Fun fact, not seen a single bit of Stranger Things. I think you've mentioned that before. You should see it. It's good. I'm I'm sure you would enjoy all of the references to 80s stuff. All right. Well, I'm pooped now. Oh yeah, well, 2003 Turtles. That DVD set has a lot of problems. The censorship's only one of them. Um, yeah, it has problems. I got a nice upscaled set that some fans did from the old DVDs, and they're all uncensored and present everything correctly. What's that over there? Oh, so. Hey, David McDonald says Doctor Who Classic is my favorite TV show of all time. Yes, it's definitely one of mine for sure. Hence why I got all the DVDs and I'm getting all the Blu-rays as they come out, and yeah, it's great stuff. I'm sure you're not alone there, Nando's. Nando's 33 asks, "Hey Sean, you're going to be seeing Nosferatu soon?" No, because I don't really go to theaters. I will see it when it comes out on 4K, though. I will probably pre-order it, actually. It says, "Can't wait to see your thoughts on it and how you will compare it to some other great Dracula movies." Yeah, I mean, I'll probably touch on how it compares to the previous two, much like I did with those. Last time I did 3 Nosferatu videos. It was the silent one, the Herzog one, both versions, and Shadow of the Vampire. There's something that needs a Blu-ray release. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. Speaking of Netflix, they got the streaming rights to WWE content internationally. Yeah, I saw that. That's, I mean, depending on your perspective, that's either pretty good or pretty bad. I know a lot of people liked WWE Network being its own thing, but, you know, I mean, look at it this way. One less thing to subscribe to now, right? So, I don't know. And also, I mean, for me, I'd probably be more inclined to watch some classic wrestling content, just having access to it on Netflix, you know? Because I was never big enough into wrestling to subscribe, but, you know, it was one of those things I'd watch if it was on TV, kind of thing. I'm something of a Nosferatu myself. Yeah, no kidding, eh? Willem Dafoe's in both of them. Or that and Shadow of the Vampire. What do you mean? The Goldbergs started to suck when the dad was fired from the show. How that show made it to 7 seasons amazes me, especially after Pops died. Wow, spoiler. And then also, well, I mean, I would assume it was an ensemble cast, and he was not the sole focus of the show. That's how it survived, because there are other characters, you know. You gotta embrace change a little more, I think, dude. Things don't stay the same forever. Things change. It goes for life, it goes for TV shows, and people. So, yeah. Anyway, I just put some pizza in the toaster oven, just some leftover pieces of frozen pizza from last night. It was Dr. Oetker's Stuffed Crust Deluxe and Dr. Oetker's Stuffed Crust Meat Lovers. It was alright. It was on sale. My homemade pizzas are better. But, yeah, John Clear says, no different from the Conners, JL. I'm not a sitcom guy, but I liked what I saw of the Conners. Yeah, because it's an ensemble cast of very talented comedic performers who, you know, didn't necessarily need the presence of a certain other person there to have a solid, watchable show. So, Oetkers, not Oetkers. Oetkers. It's Oetker. Oetker. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's all right. Anyway, enjoy some clips. I'll be back in a few minutes. Twitch likes to put a bunch of random message or random words together for the file name, and then some random letters and characters and stuff. So the words are moldy, inexpensive, aye, the ringer. I just thought it was funny that you said stinky cheese at the end of your, you know, but it's pointless if nobody's going to share them. You know, the whole point to clips is to share them, to get the content out there. So that's the way you guys can help, is by helping to draw more people to the stream. You know, there's still enough. Why does, I swear this same car keeps, this is the same car. It's the same car every time. What is going on here? Back in Daxter. All right. Is it 5 bonus hours? I think it's 5 bonus hours, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because we had 4 from, and then we had more from, and then contributed a few bucks. Anyway, I'm going to go smoke. I'll be back. I could have sworn I took a hit. Alright. I won't complain. Not taking any damage. Ugh. Alright. Why does my light, like, seem to be lasting less time? Front remain the same. So, excellent. So now, let's go back to the race where we don't use our car. Oh, Jesus.
But we knew. We always knew, Max.
Damn it, ghost wife. That's a cool one because that's old man laughs at his own fart. Oh my god, I swear 90%. $54. There you go. Yes, Carlton says this is the premium content we unlock. Alright, we got an enemy. Here we go. Jesus! That used all 4 shots. Well, there you go. First time shot with the BFG 9000. They were both done at almost exactly the same time. It was like auto-saving, and then I manually saved like a second later. So that's why. So this is slightly more recent by like a second. Oh, Jesus. Why, no, I'm not too high to be playing this. What are you talking about? Again.
This has been a pre-recorded message. Message repeats in 3 seconds. Help!
Because any one of those things, you could legitimately picture Peter imagining it in some wacky daydream. You know? It's like that time I was one of the Titans. God, I'm so hungry. I can already see it in my head. Trying to have a conversation with the other Titans. Like, you guys don't talk much, do you? Okay, one more unit of scrap. Oh, I got full shivs. Ah, here we are. Can we get both of them? Let's try. Hell yeah. Oh, really? That was just rude. I was trying to be all badass, not looking at the explosion. You had to hit. I see. Latin says, I watched it. I haven't seen much SpongeBob in the past decade. They're just so memorable. Yeah, I don't really remember much of the ones I've seen. Imagine if the sound made him hard. So every time they have a red alert, he's just like very aroused. That whole situation. Red alert. Are you absolutely certain, Captain? Data is in the room. God damn it. Wow, what a great clip. We have pizza. Just give me a sec here. Just mixing another funny drink here. Just get our bottle of weed jizz. There we go. And we put in 25 cats worth. Mmm. Yummy. Doesn't look so bad when you mix it. There you go. It's just slightly misty. So there you go. If your drink looks like it has a bunch of jizz in it, someone might be spiking your drink. Anyway, let's sit and eat, shall we? Fuel up. Good enough. Oh, I need the other. Need all the chats open. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, Shadow of the Vampire is great. Oh yeah, Robert Eggers is great. I still need to see The Northman, but I loved The Witch. Really loved The Lighthouse. That was so good. Thirsty for some Kool-Aid? Kool-Aid would work well. It's basically what that is. Oh God. Thomas Walsh says, I watch a lot of NASCAR, and now that is being split up between different networks, not just NBC and Fox, but now Amazon Prime. At least in the case of WWE, they just kind of dumped everything on Netflix, so you don't have to, go hunting for everything. Brinsley says, makes me want to get high. I don't know. My second batch of edibles hasn't kicked in yet. My first one didn't really seem to kick in either. So it'll probably all hit at once at like 4 in the morning. You saw Northman in the theater, Worm Disease? Nice. Did you leave some? Did you seriously eat all of it, Church? You little shit. You ate every single piece. So just fuck your sister then. Yeah, you better be full. You don't go anywhere near it at midnight. Do an automated cat feeder. And these little shits, it's like a race. Whoever gets there first eats all of it. You know, like fuck the other one. So Eclipse sat there waiting for him to finish, to have her turn. And he finished when there was none left. You greedy little bastard. Well, fortunately the automated feeder gives him a few extra feedings in the middle of the night. There's another one in an hour, and another one 2 hours after that. So between the three, they should both get enough. It's just so aggravating. They're such selfish little bastards. Don't care about anyone but themselves. Yeah, exactly. So I gotta look around my fucking... No, you're not getting my sausage. Fuck you. Yeah, not a single thought. Not a single thought. Single thought for his sis. Not a single thought for his sis. Greedy church. Alright. Would it go well with Coke? Jonkler asks, says as he's drinking Coca-Cola like an alcoholic on his third can. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can add the oil to pretty much anything. I used to put it in root beer as well. That's really good. I've had a lot of beverages that use it, actually. But, or you can just make your own. Get your favorite soft drink and squirt some of the stuff in there. I think that oil also can be used for baking. So you can make your special brownies or whatever. I know, for being stuffed crust, there doesn't seem to be a lot stuffed into this crust. Oh well. I went and checked. Eclipse was just sitting there staring at the food bowl, empty before her. And she just slowly turned and looked up at me. Like, you see this shit? Yeah. Caffeine patches. What also is both a problem and the lovely thing about Coke is it goes well with most foods. Well, the thing is also it might not just be the caffeine, it can also be sugar addiction. Or just addiction to whatever sweetener they use, I guess. It's all addictive. Problem is you have the patches, like the caffeine patches. If you drink caffeine, like a Coke or have a coffee or something, you can literally overload your system. It's the same with the nicotine patches. They say don't smoke when you're on the nicotine patches, because you'll get way more nicotine introduced into your system than you normally would. Wasn't that movie, Thank You for Smoking? and I think it was Aaron Eckhart. They tried to kill him by putting nicotine patches all over him, but he'd been like a lifelong smoker, so it didn't affect him the way it would have like a non-smoker. So smoking literally saved his life. He'd built up an immunity. So yeah, it's not a bad frozen pizza. Yeah. I mean, the main thing for me is I find a lot of frozen frozen pizzas just taste kind of bland, you know? Yeah, I know you're not big on sweets, which is why I won't be putting any in your package. God damn. It's these little roly-poly sausage bits. No sweets, only who? This was the last piece of Meat Lovers. It's got pepperoni, ham, sausage. And I think that's it. That's good. What? How? They keep you in a cage until you were 15? Jockler says, fun fact, I never had any form of a sandwich till I was 15. I don't understand how anyone can go through their entire childhood without ever experiencing a sandwich. Well, what about a hamburger? That's technically a form of sandwich. God damn it, JL. Just out of nowhere, JL just says, as we're talking about like everything but, says, I wonder what type of Pokemon Sean would be. I don't know. No burgers either, eh? So really, literally, no sandwiches of any kind. Like, not even burgers. Like, nope. Nothing. Anything that involves two pieces of bread with something in between those two pieces of bread. Nope. Zip, zilch, nada. What about hot dogs? Hot dogs would be pushing it. I mean, it's still bread with meat, but it's configured differently. A peanut butter sandwich would absolutely count. Hot dogs, I would say, is open to debate. I would entertain arguments from both sides. But I'd say a peanut butter sandwich would definitely count. I mean, what is a sandwich? I guess it depends how you define a sandwich. I define a sandwich very simply as two pieces of bread with stuff in between. You could literally just butter two pieces of bread and then stick the buttered sides together. Congratulations, you have a buttered bread sandwich. You know, it's not much of a sandwich, but it technically qualifies as a sandwich. So hot dogs or peanut butter? All right. No. Hey, psst, psst. No. Stop clawing at my stuff. You have your scratching post. And it's like, you know, far from used. You got so many good scratching spots on there left, dude. Rose got them a big, like, kitty cathedral. Here, I can show you. See the kitty cathedral? We spoil our kitties around here. Just give me a second here. I'll just move this. Okay. Well, you'll be able to see it. It's all black, of course, but take a look. So this is, you can see you got like a spiderweb platform there for them to go on, like a coffin bed. It's really hard to see in this light, but there's like a ladder with scratching post stuff all the way up. There's a dangly spider, you can kind of see there. And on top is a cathedral, like a literal cathedral, with like a bed inside that they can go and sleep in. So we got two of them. And then we have the other smaller cat tree kind of buried in here. I'm going to unbury it as part of the cleaning. But yeah, so kitties have, you know, absolute mansions to live in here. But nothing beats just sitting on a box, right, Church? Sitting on a fucking box when he has Casa Cat here. Yeah, the other one is in Rose's room. It's exactly the same. The only difference is it doesn't have this because we didn't get the right connector with it. It was busted. We have it. We just don't have any way to connect it, which is annoying. So yeah, we'll have to see if there's a solution there at some point. But anyway, yeah, our cats are very spoiled. And then we have the automated cat feeder, which they're getting used to. We're trying to have it where they work it out amongst themselves, who gets what and when. And so far it just seems to be whoever gets there first eats all of it, regardless of what time of day it is. Little fat bastard. Leaving your sister to starve. What a jerk, huh? You used to eat crisp like chip sandwiches when you were little. So what would you do? Was it literally, did you butter the bread at all, or was it literally just two dry pieces of bread with some crisps in between? Did you cut it into triangles, or did you just eat it whole? Yeah, no, like you know, like a proper cold cut sandwich or whatever. Yeah, John Clear says, but like no breads of multi goodies, like multi-grain breads or whatever. No corn beef agenda. Nothing. Corned beef is good. I used to make corned beef sandwiches quite often. And something my mom would make for dinner from time to time was corned beef and cabbage. Yes, corned beef and cabbage. Dry, folded together, and smushed with my hand. Wow. You barbarian. That's crazy. But I'm sure, you know, as a kid, you were perfectly happy with that. It was soft for the bread parts, crunchy for the crisps. And it was something that you knew how to make. I bet you were really proud of that. There you go. And I bet your parents were delighted that you had figured out how to make something. So you didn't have to keep coming to them every time you were hungry. Oh, thank God. Yeah, just keep huge bags of crisps in stock and bread. That's fine. I do love crisps. Crisps. I love me a good bag of chips. Yeah. Bag of chips. I was actually really craving fish and chips the other day, speaking of British delicacies. Yeah, but for some reason, I don't know, the cost of fish fillets has just gone through the roof. I was looking at the usual sort of frozen ones that I would get, the Highliner brand, and they seemed abnormally expensive, like far more than they usually cost. It's usually like under $10 to get, you know, a thing of fillets, breaded fillets. And they weren't. They were like 20 for the same. I'm sure I used to get these for like $8 not that long ago. So I don't know. I hate that. Next stream. I also used to eat plain sugar when I was like 5. They had to hide it from me. That's probably why I don't have a sweet tooth now. So you overdosed on it as a 5-year-old? Had literally a lifetime's worth of sugar in the span of 1 year of your life. That's so funny that you used to do that, yet you're so averse to sweets now. Ew. Cake. Gross. Uh-huh. What is this steel book over here? Oh, yeah. I had to get that. Yeah. Real heavy metal. This is one I rewatch a lot. I love it. It was the movie I felt like so grown up seeing a few clips of when I was a kid. I've never seen the second one. I know it's not an anthology like the first one, but yeah. Very cool. And another one. Godzilla -1. 4K Steelbook. Very nice. This does not include the black and white version, for anyone wondering. It was just the basic 4K release. Heavy metal in a heavy metal bookcase. There you go, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. How the fuck am I going to tackle this? I want to test the fire alarms in the morning. The place doesn't need to be spotless, but it at least needs to have access to it. But I also, further to that, that's not the only reason I want to do tidying tonight. It's also because I want to get started on all the updates. But I need to have a presentable collection to have in the picture with me. Sounds like fun. What does? I already forgot what I was talking about. Maybe the edibles are kicking in. I can't tell anymore. I just keep popping pills until the sadness stops. As someone who hasn't seen many Godzilla movies, -1 was incredible. Probably my fave. Out of all of the none of the others that I've seen, it was the best one. Oh, the testing of alarms. Yes. So much fun. Oh my God, JL has only seen the 1998 movie. Ugh. Of all the ones to be the only one you've seen. How in all that time have you not seen any others? There's so many of them. There's like 30 movies. It's more than The Land Before Time. And so much better. Well, that's my culture shaming for the day. See some Godzilla movies. They're fun. Oh yeah, well the 2014 movie, that's at least something. But yeah, you've only seen the American ones. You gotta, you know, reach beyond your shores. There's a whole world of entertainment out there, dude. You gotta see the Japanese ones. A, because they're just legit masterpieces a lot of the time, or B, the ones that aren't masterpieces are still fun as hell. So, yeah. And Before Time was my childhood that I have not seen since then, says Worm Disease. Oh boy. Brinsley's another one of you, JL. Says, I think I've only seen the 98 and the other American ones as well, so not a high bar. Okay. Gotcha. Well, to be your first Japanese one, yeah, apparently quite a good one. I still haven't seen it, funny enough. There's a couple of the American ones I still need to watch, the last two. Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla X Kong, The New Empire. I think I have them all. I think I picked up the new one. No, I must have. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. So, I'll sit down and watch those at some point. Sure, I want to watch all, what, 14? Yeah. You were trapped in the house, so why not? Yes. Well, maybe because you've seen them a million times. Being trapped in the house is a wonderful opportunity to watch things you've never seen before. To further escape from the hell of this dystopia we live in. Jill still needs to watch The Thing. Really? God damn it. I was thinking of doing a screening on Discord, actually, for The Thing. Or we do a triple bill. We'll watch the 50s one, Thing from Another World. And then watch the 70s one, Horror Express. Yeah. Did you know Horror Express is another adaptation of Who Goes There? Yep. And it stars Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee on a train with a ancient mummy creature, was basically The Thing. And then, of course, cap it all off with the 1982 John Carpenter one. So I think that would be a fun triple bill. You'd watch that with... He says, I'd watch that with you guys. Don't want to watch that alone. Fair enough. Yeah. Last time I watched Horror Express was on like an old bootleg DVD. Well, not bootleg, like one of those public domain ones, those El Cheapo bargain basement ones. Yeah, it was one of those, which I still have somewhere. It's in my horror section. But since then, I was sent. I think it was Stoudman actually sent me the Arrow release. So I have the Arrow release. Okay, I did not know that. Star Who says the X in Godzilla X Kong is silent, according to Adam Wingard, director of the film. So it's just Godzilla Kong. The new empire. Got it. They are the kings. Hey, Bass Chick Michelle. How's it going? The Mario Brothers movie from the 90s. I just got like a big frickin' deluxe box set of that. Did you see that? It's the 1-Up edition, which is basically a re-release of the limited Trust the Fungus edition from Umbrella Entertainment. Big box. Many contents. There we go. So we got the movie, we got posters and cards, the script, and a big hardcover book of behind the scenes stuff. So, yeah. Pretty sexy, man. It also has the work print restored in HD. And by the way, this is a 4K set. So it's Super Mario Brothers in 4K, restored from the original 35mm negative, as far as I'm aware. But brand new masters. They got the Blu-ray as well, from the same master. And the work print. I'm not sure how long the work print is. I think it's like a solid 2 hours, maybe a little longer. But anyway, cool. I have not opened it yet because I wanted to do a proper like unboxing, closer look. You know, the whole works. The whole works. Got a few sets like that. Just want to wait. Let the viewers be a part of the experience. You know, all that fun stuff. Welcome over to the Twitch side, D-Man David. Asks, do you have any Blu-rays or 4Ks you're looking forward to this year? Uncle Buck from Kino. That's actually a good one. That's one I would probably get as well. So I don't know if I have Uncle Buck currently. I'll have to double check. I haven't looked at my sort of John Hughes section. You know, John Hughes / teen angst / slice of life comedy dramas section. Yeah, I don't think I have Uncle Buck. I used to, but I think that was back in the DVD days. I don't think I've actually owned it on high def. So, yeah, that Kino one is definitely one I'd be interested in. And Basic Michelle says, speaking of Godzilla, first one I saw was the 98 one. Oh my god, you're all disappointing me so much. I've seen the 2014 one and the Hollywood ones that follow. Shin, good one, and -1, also good one. I have to say I prefer the Japanese ones. I really liked those. Yeah, there's just something more honest about them, I guess. I don't know. But there's just a je ne sais quoi about them that definitely kind of elevates them. Is Umbrella the one who put out a new edition of Tank Girl? No, that was Eureka. I think it's part of their Masters of Cinema collection. I have that on the way. A friend of mine, I sent the money and then he ordered it for me to send to me. So, just because Eureka's website was being a bit of a pain in the ass as far as payment options. So, I just had a friend of mine buy it for me who I knew already shopped there quite often. And, yeah. So, speaking of which, I'm still waiting for that to arrive. I think the postal interruptions, the postal strikes have been, have caused delays with a bunch of my orders. There's a couple of things I'm waiting for that I know aren't coming till later because they're pre-orders, or at least they're partly pre-orders, so they hold the entire order until the last item is available. So yeah, those aren't coming for a while. But there are a couple of other things I ordered that have been held up by the strike. One of which actually was a Kino order, funny enough. I during their fall sale, actually, I bought like a whole bunch of stuff. And I got, I think, it was a couple of orders, but the other orders all came. But there's the one, which was, I think, their late. It might have been their was it Black Friday? I can't remember. But anyway, it's been a couple of months since I placed the order. Is the point, with no sign of it. So, trying to get in touch with somebody there to find out what's going on. And then I have an order from Sentai Filmworks, some anime from their recent sale. That's been held up because of the postal strikes. And yeah, so I suspect that my Tank Girl has also been held up because of the postal strikes. So hopefully it won't be too much longer. Yes, Godzilla vs. Biollante is finally getting a 4K. And from Criterion, no less. Yeah. Star Who says, really excited because the original Lionsgate Blu-ray had been out of print for a decade. Yeah, I know. I bought it right around the time it went out of print, which I think was about around the 50th anniversary. For the 50th anniversary, 60th anniversary. The 60th anniversary of Godzilla, I bought pretty much everything that was available at the time, and then later I got the Criterion set, the big collection they put out of the Showa era. And now I know that they've got the rights to some of the Heisei films, and they put them on their streaming service. And then Biollante is the first one to get any kind of physical release. And it's getting a 4K, no less. So, yeah, that's definitely one I would want to upgrade. I do have the original. I don't know where my kaiju stuff is. Yeah, gotta do the updates so I can properly reorganize the shelves, right? But yeah, anyway, I have the original release of that. And then... yeah, there was a few like early Blu-rays that sort of went in and out of print a little bit. There was Godzilla vs. Megalon. I have the original Blu-ray of that. And there was Godzilla vs. Biollante. I have the original Blu-ray of that. And there was also Destroy All Monsters, which I think was from the same people who put out Megalon. And they were really nice editions, but you know they went out of print and became hard to find, and as happens. And I remember there was a couple of Showa era films that just had nothing, that just weren't available at the time, which was Terror of Mechagodzilla and Son of Godzilla, I think, those two Showa era films that were stuck in DVD limbo. There was no Blu-rays on the horizon. The DVDs were long out of print, so they were basically unavailable unless you luck into some kind of deal on eBay. But then the Showa era set came out from Criterion, and suddenly, boom, we had all 15 Showa era movies, including those elusive two. So, that's pretty nice. So I'm hoping we get a Heisei set at some point. From Criterion would be amazing. To have all the Godzillas from Criterion would be amazing. Heisei Millennium. Go. But Heisei in particular, because that's actually a continuing story across the, 7 movies, I think? So, yeah, those 7 movies actually form a continuous narrative, starting with Godzilla 1984 and going through till Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. So, it's pretty cool. And then the Millennium era, they're mostly standalones. There's a couple that are connected, but they're mostly standalone movies. So. Oh, are they defunct now? Oh, shit. Darby says, I'm hoping to do the same for Godzilla 1984. Releasing I believe, has since gone defunct.
Demand David
or lost
22
the
just
rights to the
resubscribed
films
for
they
1
had.
month.
Quite possible. And thank you for the subscription, D-Man David. Appreciate that. You now have access to funny emotes of my face. Use them wisely. What? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, JL says, I don't like going to theaters that much anymore. It's not an insult to anyone who likes to, don't get me wrong, but I can't stand sitting in a seat for hours at a time. Well, I think you're too ADHD, honestly. I mean, even when we're playing Fortnite, you're doing like 6 things. You know, not literally 6 things, but you know, you'll have a show on or something while you're playing, and you got the stream going, and it's like, you know, you're very ADHD, so I'm not surprised that you'd find it difficult to kind of sit still in a theater. Like, I totally get that. But, what was it? He says, yeah, I really wish we had a model like we did during the pandemic to pay to watch at home. Like, they'd kind of release them both at the same time, and you just pay like a theater admission essentially to watch it at the same time. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know why they don't. I mean, if everybody's trying to push towards a subscription model, I mean, there's your subscription model right there, you know. But that said, movies have been hitting streaming a lot faster as of late. Some of the pundits have been trying to turn that around and show that as, oh, see, with movies, this movie failed, so it's going to streaming really fast because it failed. It's like, no. That's just the new model. They release all movies to streaming really fast. Whether they failed or not, they know not as many people are going to theaters, and they want to get as many eyeballs on their movie as possible within that critical first couple months. So, yeah, so movies hit streaming like a month after they were released in theaters. You know, it'll be a while before the physical release comes out, but it'll hit streaming almost, you know, it's very close to what we had in the pandemic, actually. So, oh yeah, that's fair. And he says, plus I can't eat the food much in the theater because of gluten. Oh yeah, it's dripping with gluten. But and grease and salt and God knows what else. I used to pretty much live on those theater hot dogs when I worked in the movie theater. I'm telling you, man, because we got a discount on them, so it was literally cheaper than getting groceries. So, yeah. Oh God, unless it's a Tom Cruise movie, the last actual movie theater star. Yeah. No, as much as I would love to see all of Tom Cruise's death wishes played out in IMAX, no, that's a level of crazy I really lost interest in a long time ago. I can't remember the last time I watched a Tom Cruise movie, actually. Probably Minority Report, actually. That might be the last one. Or no, maybe... might have been Magnolia. I mean, I know Magnolia came out before Minority Report, but I didn't see it until later. But, I don't remember. But it was around that period, anyway. But, oh, yeah, you know, it might have been Tropic Thunder. Might have been Tropic Thunder. Possibly. War of the Worlds. Yeah, War of the Worlds is more recent. I haven't actually seen The Mummy yet. I guess that's going to be the next Tom Cruise movie I watch. Begrudgingly. A movie he did not need to be in. Because then it became all about him and not about the mummy, right? So, anyway. Yeah, so it's probably War of the Worlds then, I guess. Yeah, probably War of the Worlds. Yeah. Well, that's definitely one of those reasons. One of the reasons, Stephen LaPierre just said, Tom Cruise, F that Scientologist. Yeah. Gotta love the cults, eh? There's a lot of them. Wow, such a wide angle on this. You can see me scratching my balls. Let me just move up a little bit. Hi. Just like he's scratching his balls while he's staring into our soul. I have the awkwardest boner ever. Anyway, yeah. Well, I mean that I think is that'd be pushing it a little too far. I mean, I'm all for inclusivity, but I mean, there's also has to be a practical side of it as well. Is like is something like that something that's even feasible to do, like in terms of the technology that would need to be implemented to make it happen for a very small percentage of people, as it were, you know. Otherwise, you can still have the same experience by just watching it when it hits streaming in a month, you know. Like, is it really worth kicking up that much of a fuss about? So, but if it's about timing and, of course, wanting to just, I mean, I think that's more what it is. It's more about wanting to see it when it's released, so you can at least see it when it's brand spanking new, with everybody else who's seen it when it's brand spanking new, whether it be on streaming or in the theater, and you have that sort of communal experience, even if it's from afar. So, I get that. I get that. It's not just about watching the movie. It's about being a part of the communal experience of seeing a new movie. You know. So, I don't know. But it might start moving in that direction anyway, because I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say what's going to happen with our entertainment, actually, just generally in the next few years. Because we have theaters struggling, obviously. We have streaming also struggling. It's like, well, that's the two options. We have physical media also struggling. That's the three options. So, which one is? They're all like teetering, you know. Like, which one's gonna fall first? I think streaming's gonna have the biggest implosion, though. That's gonna be pretty spectacular to see just the dominoes crumbling as that bubble bursts. That was a really awkward mixed metaphor. That bubble of dominoes is gonna go tumbling when it pops. Yep. So the landscape of entertainment is definitely changing. They all want us to go to a subscription model, but the streaming services are all dying. Slow, drawn out, agonizing death. So in some cases they're turning back to physical media because at least that's something tangible people buy. It's like, but then we gotta make discs again. It's like, yeah, but it also makes money. So I kind of see Disney leaning in that direction at the moment, with Sony picking up the distribution of their physical end. Kind of like they're looking to get a little more back into that. I still need to pick up that Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers Blu-ray set. It's probably out of print now. Yeah, they put out the complete series, all 65 episodes of Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers. Yeah, the old one, on Blu-ray. As far as I know, it's proper Blu-ray. It's not like SD on BD. It's like full high-def Rescue Rangers. And, silly me, I haven't picked it up. I think because I kind of thought it seemed like the kind of thing certain viewers would send me, so I thought, well, maybe I'll just wait, because I know they got a package in the works, see if that's in there. And then it wasn't, so But now I know of other packages that are in the works, and I don't want to interfere with that either, because I've had it happen before where we both kind of thought of the same thing at the same time, and then we both bought it. Like, he would buy it for me, and I would buy it for myself, and then I ended up with 2 copies. And I was like, oh, thanks. So usually what I would do is I would keep the one that was in slightly better condition and then either give away the other one or sell it. But, yeah. Well, that is the big question. D-Man David says, question for me is, which streaming platform goes first? I'm leaning towards Disney, as HBO has the most interest to me now. Really? Interesting. I mean, I think Disney's probably going to, like, Disney... Well, I mean, it's hard to say, because Disney's had some ups and downs over the years, and they're usually pretty resilient as a company. Like, just when you think they're going to tank, they'll pull themselves out of it somehow. But... I don't know. We shall see. But it's possible. I mean, Disney is kind of the new kid, still the new kid on the block, right? They've been around less than the others. So, yeah, I agree. Hunter says Netflix is the safest, too big to fail. Yeah, at this point. And I mean, I certainly see Prime sticking around. I think Prime is actually doing quite well with their streaming, from my understanding. They've had quite a few successes. And I mean, they're backed by Amazon, like the one of the biggest corporations on the planet. So I think they'll be okay. I mean, they could just have it fail and fail and fail, and they could still run it because they've got so much money, it doesn't matter if it's a success or not. They're just going to do whatever the fuck they want because they're motherfucking Amazon. So, yeah. Hunter says Paramount Plus is the likeliest to get folded into someone else. That I could definitely see. Yeah, that makes sense. Which is kind of a shame because I think they've really been knocking it out of the park with their streaming based revival of Star Trek as a franchise, which had kind of been languishing for a while, and I think they've done a terrific job in revitalizing it and renewing interest in it. I see a lot of talk about Trek new and old on all my socials, especially like more so in the past few years. And that's largely thanks to what they did with Paramount Plus. So, that's great. It's a good time to be a Trekkie, you know? A lot of new Star Trek to check out. Trek to check. Check. And then Hunter says Apple TV is also likely to fold into someone else, or Apple buys Disney, or something crazy. That's entirely possible. It's like the corporations almost want to head towards singularity, where it's just one corporation that owns all entertainment, you know. Star Who says, yeah, but Disney has been extremely slow at releasing their movies on home video, so they should really call people like Kino or Criterion to pick up the slack. Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons they did the Sony deal, was because Sony has no problem putting their movies out on time. And the other thing is Sony being a huge backer of high definition in general, including, you know, Blu-ray and 4K and like an Ultra HD. They I find really make sure that their releases with the Sony name on them look really good. Like that's been my experience anyway. I don't think I've ever seen a bad Sony disc. Other than, some of the remasterings of some of the old ones. I didn't like some of the things they did with Ghostbusters, for example. But anyway, that's another thing. But for the most part, they would make them look good. And new releases especially would look especially good. So, yeah. So what are you guys talking about? Oh, John Clear says, I was just talking about 3D stuff. Duncan, however, likes IMAX 3D. And John Clear says, I meant in regards to the picture, I don't care about 3D, period. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I mean, if it's just there to be a gimmicky sell for the thing, like, I mean, yeah, I don't care about that. Like, Clash of the Titans, you remember the remake of Clash of the Titans? I remember that came out shortly after Avatar, and then when Avatar was a big hit, so that kicked off the new 3D thing, the new 3D craze. So Clash of the Titans was not made in 3D, but the studio was like, oh, we have to put it in 3D now, so they did like post-processing on it, really slapdash, so it makes everything look like it's just a fucking stage play. Like, it wasn't necessary. It wasn't made for that. But I will say, some movies, like, that are tailor-made to kind of have fun with the format, I would say, would benefit from it. Like, a lot of the old horror movies and such that would be done in 3D, and in, especially, like, oh my God, if you've ever seen Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D, it is so freaking hilarious. Like, literally every 30 seconds, something is, like, sticking in your face, and it's incredible. It's just so much fun. Like, you just wouldn't get the same experience in 2D, right? You need it to be, like, poking you in the eyeballs. It's just part of the fun, right? And, like, there's that one we were talking about the other day, the Final Destination, the three, I don't think they did, I think they just did one of them in 3D, didn't they? The fourth one? Anyway, that one, with there's a tire that goes flying out of the screen and stuff like that. It's just a whole bunch of, really, like, over the top and hilarious 3D gags in it. So, it makes it almost like a ride film, essentially. You just need it to be also in D-Box, and you can ride around, But yeah, just awful on your nose 3D. Yeah, but that's part of the fun, right? Like, with the Vive, I can watch 3D movies on this, which, as most of you know, is something I've been wanting for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I wanted a VR helmet in the first place, was to watch 3D movies. Well, first thing I did was I bought this just wonderful and simple app from Steam. Or I should say, bought the license to use it from Steam while it lasts. I think it's called Virtual Home Theater, and it's just it gives you just an interface of controls to customize your own theater environment, and you can watch 3D movies in it, which is pretty cool. They have to be in the form of a digital file, though. You can't just play the disc. So I have to rip it and convert it. Then I can watch them. Church. Hey. Yeah. That's right. Church was going for the food. I'm like, you fucking serious, dude? You ate the entire last bowl. You ate the whole last bowl, you pig. It's Eclipse's turn. You guys can fight over the 2 a.m. one. Yeah, I think we might just get a second feeder. Get a second feeder so they're not fighting over it all the time. Or, I guess the other option is get one with, I was thinking get one with the 2 bowls, because you can get one with 2 bowls, so then one cow will go to one, and then the other will go to the other. But yeah, the problem is it's a single bowl feeder. So they both bolt for it, and it's like whoever gets there first just eats all of it. So Church beat her to it before, so he ate the whole thing. She was quite taken aback, and I think she's been waiting for the past hour for the next one. And she just bolted when that went off. Like, yeah. Church isn't even trying. He's just over on the TV there. You see the jiggling void? Yeah, that's him licking himself, as usual. Wait, well, hold on a second, Duncan. It's about, he says, yes, that 3D is childish and stupid. 3D should go into the screen, like you were looking through a window. Yes and no. It depends what it is, and it depends where you are supposed to physically be in the scene, right? So, the idea, I think, is that you are physically there in the space with the characters, but you're close enough to get hit by things if you get too close. But one thing I will say is, it's generally, I find when it's done well, you have both. Most of the time it is much as you say, it's like looking through a window and you're seeing the depth of the world beyond. But ideally, you want certain elements to not be limited by the placement of the screen. You want things to come forward as well as go back. I mean, obviously you're going to have more depth than you're going to have reach, right? Because you can see, hypothetically, into infinity in terms of depth, but there's only so far between where the camera is, i.e. you, and, or where the camera is and then where you are in relation to that. So, for example, say you're looking at a scene where you're standing in a field and you can see a forest. You can see forest off in the distance. Maybe a river, maybe a road, maybe a car's driving by down there, a little old-time jalopy. And a light breeze kicks up, and you realize you're in a field of dandelions, and they release all their spores, and you see them both recede back into the screen and float in front of you and come out of the screen. So it's like you're enveloped in it, right? So I would say in a case like that, you wouldn't want it to be like you're seeing it through a window, because the whole idea is that you're there in that field with all those dandelions, So, really? The fickleness of fans, John Clary says. Weirdly, though, Friday the 13th 3D has apparently changed a lot for some sections of fandom. Friday 3 used to be considered one of the best ones, but some considered it one of the weaker ones now. Well, I don't know. I mean, sometimes upon reevaluation and where you are in life and whatnot, you can see things in a different way. You might prefer some over the others. I like 3 just because I think it's fun. I think it's the first one that's, kind of like how Freddy lightened up over the course of them. I feel like the Friday the 13th ones did too, to some extent. Not always, but, they would dip into that from time to time. And I think the third one is an example of that, where, and actually the fourth one too is pretty silly too. But they're fun, they're silly in a good way. And they're just entertaining. I don't know. I like them. But, what is it? Yeah, Duncan says 3D poking out of the screen has only worked on me once in Avatar, when I thought it was actually brushing away leaves from my face. Oh, that's pretty cool. But all other 3D poking out of the screen is just wrong. My eyes only want to see into and beyond the screen. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Have you ever experienced it through VR? or have you? What types of devices have you viewed 3D content on? Other than theater, where obviously you're wearing a pair of polarized lenses. I will say this, as one who has experienced 3D in a few forms over the years, the old anaglyph. I actually had some. I had some of those on hand earlier. Oh, wait a minute, they're right here. Yeah, the old anaglyph, red and blue. And then, of course, the real D style, the polarized lenses. The Pulfric style, which only works on interlaced television, in which you have a sunglasses lens over one eye to delay what that eye sees by one or two scan lines of the image, and then it creates the illusion of 3D. It's very cool. That's a very basic ass explanation, but anyway, it's called Pulfric, I guess, named after the guy who developed the process. And then VR. There you go. And VR does the old side-by-side trick, where basically it splits the left and right information out of the polarized image into two separate, distinct, solid images. So it pulls the full image information out, and so it gives you the left on the left, the right on the right. And with the VR helmet, it's literally two separate screens going into your eyeballs, right? And then it's all synced up. But so you only see the left image in your left eye, you only see the right image in your right eye, which means there's no ghosting, which is often a problem with all other forms of 3D. But in VR, there is no ghosting. It just looks like a proper 3D image. And you can adjust the position of the screen, the curvature of the screen, the size of the screen, whatever, to your liking to get your optimal sort of viewing experience. And it's great. I fucking love it. So I've been playing around with it a fair amount, just, checking out a variety of 3D content, also ripping my own 3D Blu-rays to finally see them in 3D. And I gotta say, one I was really surprised by has amazing 3D, and much like the kind you're talking about, Duncan, Metal Storm, The Destruction of Jared Sin, starring Jeffrey Byron. It's an Albert Pyun shitfest from like 1985 or thereabouts. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the theater in polarized 3D. Polarized 3D was the thing in the 80s as well. But yeah, Metal Storm, watching it through the VR, I was really quite taken aback by how good the 3D was. Like, it really had that sense of depth where you could like adjust the focus of your eyes and see things farther away or closer, like that's how good it was. It just felt very natural. But that's, for me, is what the 3D experience has been like watching 3D movies in VR, is it makes it takes the sort of jankiness of 3D out of it. Because you're not having to sort of trick your eyes through various lenses and filters and things. And then it has all this other information it has to deal with to produce a coherent 3D image for you. Whereas this just tricks your eyes into thinking they're seeing something they aren't. And, it works really well. So... yeah, no. Yeah, Duncan says, I have yet to see proper VR. The VR I have used, has tried to use a mobile phone to do it, but that results in low resolution images. Yeah, I literally see the pixels. Yeah, and it bugs me. Yep, That's the thing, is VR basically, you really need it to be stupidly high resolution to really get the most out of it. I think the one that I have, the Vive, is something like 2500 by 2500 resolution for each eye. So it's pretty ridiculously dense pixels in those. Plus they have the individual diopter adjustments, which is perfect for those of us who wear glasses. There's also a variety of facial attachments you can put on for different purposes or different comfort levels. So, yeah, I like it. But as for 3D movies, I mean, the virtual theater is a very simple interface. It's essentially as if you have a virtual screen in front of you, and it just, is at a fixed point in space, much like a screen would be if you were sitting in front of it, and you just watch it as you would normally. The only difference is you're watching it in a black void, essentially. I'm pretty sure there's ways to put environments in there too. I just didn't feel, I was happy with the black void, to be quite honest, so I just kind of left it like that. But it works really well, honestly. Like, I think maybe if you just had like a proper headset to try it out in, it would be, a little more impressive. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I've looked at some what is it, like some 3D, like some VR videos online, and I've noticed that some of them are so pixelated, and they were like 1080p videos, but it's 1080p videos, but it's kind of like it's anamorphic, but then it spreads out to be like, it's like a side-by-side 3D thing. It's hard to describe. But anyway, it creates this rather convincing, like, 180-degree view in front of you and filling your peripheral vision. But you really notice if it's too low a resolution. It really needs to be literally 4K or higher. And I've noticed a lot of VR content sites actually have content in 8K, where you're getting 4K for each eye, essentially. So, yeah. Which means huge files and, decently speedy computer required to feed all that data. But but definitely fun when you get ones that work well. Yeah, I mean, I can only speak from my own experience. I've used the PSVR 2, as you know. PSVR 2, one thing I will say it has over the Vive is it has a wider field of view. I felt more... I felt a little bit more immersed in the world in that respect, but the thing that took me out of it was that there's no way to focus it. You can apparently get some kind of attachment for it that will match your prescription, whatever it is. But I just never got around to getting that. So for me, one of the selling points for the Vive was the fact that you can actually adjust the focus individually for each eye. So it didn't matter if I had my glasses on or not. So I could just adjust the focus. And it actually made it quite comfortable as a result. But of course, much to my dismay, I found out the PSVR 2 can't do 3D movies, and that's one of the purposes I wanted VR for in the first place. So that's why we got the Vive, was so that I could have a PC alternative, as well as having the PlayStation games. So that was basically it. So we got the Vive, and the virtual theater program I was talking about is outstanding. I'm always finding new little ways to use it and to tweak it and stuff. But just generally speaking, just a fantastic program. It was like $40 Canadian, which I thought was a little steep at the time for what is essentially a video player app. But then when I saw how many features it has and actually kind of got into the nuts and bolts of how it works, I was like, oh yeah, no, this is well worth. $40 is actually kind of a bargain. So yeah, it's a pretty good one, and I haven't found anything it can't play either. So it's been pretty solid in that regard. What are you doing? He's licking his tail. It looked like he was just licking the TV. I don't know if you can really even tell. Anyway. Duncan says a 3D projector would be great also, but I don't have the room, so it would need to be a short throw model. Oh, yeah. Like where you won't have to pull it back 8 million miles to get a bigger picture. And then I still have the issue of where to site it and route cables. Shame, really, as I love projectors. Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the nice thing about projectors. It's like, how big is your screen? How big would you like it to be? You know? You tell me. Tell me how big you want it. Yeah, those are usually good to, like, typically about 120 inches, I think, aren't they? Although I'm sure they can go way bigger than that. You just need it to be really dark. 3D projector, man. Best 3D movie I have seen is Hugo. Even beats Avatar by admission of James Cameron himself. Really? Actually, I have the first 3D movie I ever saw, which was House of Wax. 3D House of Wax with Vincent Price. So, yes, I definitely took a look at I haven't watched like the full thing, but you know, just take a look at a few key parts, which is great. And as to your favorite 3D movie, I don't know. It's hard to say because like a lot of the ones I saw were back in the '80s. I didn't really see a ton of. Like, I mean, I saw a lot of modern 3D movies, but none of them really sort of stuck out for me, honestly. But I did actually, Rose and I did see one of the Hobbit movies in 3D. And we went, it was high frame rate 3D, so it was like super 3D. I know people complained that made it look too much, you know, gave it the soap opera effect or what have you. But I loved it, honestly, especially specifically for the 3D. I thought the higher frame rate really helped with that because it just makes it more like you're there, you know what I mean? So I enjoyed that. But, oh, you didn't know, whoa, you didn't know I bought a Good Guys doll? Yes. Shh, don't tell anybody. Yeah, that will be revealed, for those who only watch the videos, which actually I know is the majority of people. For those who only watch the videos, see, you guys will know. You're the ones who come to the streams. You're the special ones. Don't tell anybody. That's for when I do the Chucky overview. As I got all the Chucky Blu-rays and the new 4K set and everything, so yeah. So that will be revealed as a part of the Chucky overview. So, and I may have further plans for it where it might chase me around the apartment or something. All depends how much I want to try to puppeteer it. I also have them all in 3D. I do not have the theatrical versions. I only have the extended versions. Actually, those are ones I should rip, actually. Because that would be fantastic to see those in 3D. So speaking of 80s 3D movies, have you ever seen Tech Moan Video on VHD 3D? It was a video format that played 3D movies, and at the time, it's the only way to watch Star Chaser in 3D on home video. Really? That is quite a deep cut that you would know about Star Chaser. Wow. I'm happy to say I saw Star Chaser in the theater. Loved it. The only issue I ever had with it, honestly, was the aspect ratio. I feel like it wasn't necessarily made for CinemaScope, but all the home movie releases and in the theater too. I remember it was in CinemaScope, and I feel like it's slicing off too much of the top and bottom. You can tell because there's a few shots where characters' heads literally get cut off. Either from the top, or the bottom of their head gets cut off in the bottom, And that's always bugged me about that. It's like, can we have like just one that opens it up a little more, and preferably in 3D? That would be really nice. Man, I would fucking love to see Star Chaser in 3D again. I have the DVD. I don't have... I think there's a Blu-ray. I don't think I have the Blu-ray. I might. I honestly don't remember. I'd have to. It's been a while since I thought about that movie. But now I kind of want to watch it again. Thanks. And now I'll just be even more sad that it's not in 3D. I remember the 3D being really good in it. So it was obviously, because I was curious even at the time, like, man, how did they do a cartoon in 3D? Like, because they would have had to film the different layers in different layers and stuff, like, it's pretty interesting. Eyeballing the Phantasm set. I'm honestly shocked I managed to get that set. I was literally just kind of idly looking for a Phantasm Blu-ray set. I knew there were a bunch of complete franchise collections out there. It's a franchise I have sadly never seen a single frame of, and I've been wanting to explore for ages. Everybody said that... I remember a lot of talk about the Well Go set that came out a number of years ago. And how, for a lot of people, considered that like the definitive collection. And there was another set that came out for another company around the same time, which was also considered a pretty definitive collection. So I was like, okay, I'll just get whichever one. Apparently they're all good. So I see this. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. It wasn't even that expensive. Like, it was like $30 or something. And like, oh yeah, it's this. And I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of like the Sphere set with the Killer Sphere thing set that I saw some other people get. That must be like a re-release or something, because there's no way it would be that original set. It's the original set. That's the Well Go set right there. That's the one everybody was talking about. The big deluxe. I think it might even be numbered. Like, I was not expecting that at all. I thought it was just going to be like a basic little digipack piece of shit thing, and I was content with that. But no, it's the fucking Well Go Phantasm Killer Ball thing set. Okay. No complaints here. uh, oh, okay. Yeah, I think we might have. The name's familiar. Duncan says Techmoan is a big northern UK YouTuber who looks at dead and odd media formats. He once reviewed a camera and went to the beach with it. A beach and town I immediately recognized as a fave holiday destination of mine, Scarborough. Interesting. That's funny. I used to date a girl from Scarborough, but it was Scarborough, Ontario, which was kind of, I don't know, they unaffectionately called it Scarlum. Basically, it was kind of like the poorer area. But, damn, she was just a freak in the sheets, let me tell you. Anyway, we'll never see the likes of those days again. Ugh. Wow. Jockler says, ironic, I just watched a video an hour ago about when Ian McKellen was offered the role of Dumbledore after the passing of Richard Harris. He turned it down because he knew Richard Harris wasn't a fan of his nor approved of him. Well, there you go. Well, I mean, to be fair, I can understand. Let's understand where he was coming from on that. I mean, it sounds to me he did that out of respect for Richard Harris, in that it was a role that Richard Harris had originated, and he wouldn't feel that, had he been alive to name his successor, that he would have been chosen. So I think it was more out of respect for the wishes of a fellow actor, love or hate them, than out of any spite. Or ego, rather. So a few years ago in the late 90s, said that actors Ian McKellen, Derek Jacobi, and Kenneth Branagh, and I quote, technically good actors, but overall passionless. Wow. What are you doing? Hey. Psst. Stop that. Kitties fighting. You're gonna get mad because she ate all the food? Well, it's only okay when you eat all the food? Little kitty soap opera unfolding here. Also the issue typecasting. Already was playing Gandalf, now playing the other huge figure in fantasy. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Ian McKellen, everyone's wizard. And we just need a new adaptation of The Legend of King Arthur and the Sword and the Stone, or Ian McKellen as Merlin. Ian McKellen as every wizard ever. 4 hours of procrastination. Excellent. At least we're having fun. Work, film, clean, fuck. Excuse me. Oh, and I see Film Gamer X, you also said just discovered those films for the first time last year. Well, there you go. See? I'm not the only one who's late to the party. But, yeah, I mean, I've seen clips, obviously, and snippets and stills, and But yeah, it's always been elusive for some reason. So I'm definitely looking forward to diving into it. It's fun when you kind of discover a franchise for the first time that's been around for a while, and you can just kind of do a deep dive right off the right off the bat. But I love these like complete franchise collections. It's just like, here you go, here's everything. Funk. Great, thanks. I've never heard of this artist. I will purchase his entire discography. That's literally what it is. This is what we do. This is what we do. Oh my god. Alright, I guess the edibles might be kicking in a little bit. Still a little disappointed. I thought my being more mobile would kind of get them circulating into the brain jello a little faster, but oh well. Home Alone in 4K? Haven't watched Daryl yet. Just tested the TV with clips from my Home Alone disc. I want to calibrate the TV correctly. Mostly brightness and contrast before I commit to a serious viewing. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. That's good. It's good you have your like kind of test movie. And then once you get everything perfectly calibrated, that's when you put on, you know, the one that means something. The event movie. Yeah. So I haven't watched mine. I haven't watched Daryl yet either. I think you watched the Blu-ray when you got it. I remember you were saying, but yeah, I haven't watched either yet. But yeah, I'll probably add it to. I have a stack of 4Ks I've been working my way through. Yeah, I kind of like this to be at least a movie a day year. You know. I think it's about time I did one of those. Plus, I mean, I definitely need to catch up on my collection. I actually watch a lot of the stuff that I bought. Yeah. So this will probably be the last big binge for a while, but it's a binge that's going to give us about a year or two's worth of content. So, actually, well, that's just in terms of updates and overviews, but I mean, then we can do reviews of all of the movies, and that's like God knows how many years. Some of those box sets over there, like, I don't know how many of them you can see. You can see, well, just past Emily's hair there's a couple of sets that have literally like 30-something movies in them. And just like one of those little box sets has like 30-something movies. And not like El Cheapo Mill Creek shit either. No. These are like all nicely remastered, super deluxe, sell your left kidney to get it kind of sets, you know. So, so there's a lot. I mean, just one. The point being, just one box set would be like 30-something movie reviews. You know, I literally spent a month just talking about one box set. So yeah, so we will have no shortage of content in the months ahead. This is the overall point. Lots of content ahead. I have not got Alien Romulus yet. Duncan says it is important to calibrate as I run my backlights dimmer that they want you to. Saves power, yes, but I'm extending the life of the backlights. Usually TVs drive them hard and they burn out after a few years. I drive them dimmer and we'll have this TV for the next 12 years. So that's interesting, and that's a very good point actually. I tend to run mine quite a bit dimmer as well, because I just find the regular brightness just too blindingly bright, quite frankly. So I run it dimmer and a little warmer, I think. So hardcore cinephiles might balk at some of my settings, but hey, it looks pleasing to my optic sensors. Actually, I don't usually have it in warm colors, but I will turn the brightness down. I think it switches to a different mode when I put a movie on anyway. It detects the signal. So I I have not watched Battlestar Galactica 2004 yet, but I did purchase all of it. It's all there. You might be able to just barely see it. Where is it? Right there. It's right there. Just behind the coffin. Next to all the Star Treks. Yeah. Those will not be staying there. That's the horror area. This is why I need to get the updates done, right? I need to get all that stuff out of there. And sort all the rest of this stuff. Yes. How much did I buy from the Kino fall sale? Probably about 20 things. Yeah, probably about 20 or so. I had already bought a bunch of stuff from their sale right before that. Seems like they've always got some kind of sale going on. But anyway, I got a bunch of stuff before that, and then they had their other sale, which was a bigger, better sale, so I got more stuff there. Black and white levels are set correctly. White should be white no matter what the backlight brightness is. Yes, I have a calibration disc. There you go. Almost was going to meet up with Katie Sackhoff, but her line was too large and ADHI brain. ADHD. Yeah. Well, I mean, she is kind of, goddess. So, Coming back to a previous thread, I quite liked Picard. In terms of starship captains. Yeah, I also like Picard. Oh, the series. Like talking about. Are you talking about like the newer shows? Like in terms of which of the newer shows you liked? You liked Picard. I also like what I have seen of Picard. I need to watch the rest of it. I did pick up the Blu-ray set now that it's all done. I have also seen the first season of Strange New Worlds, which I absolutely loved. I really need to get caught up on that one. Yes. And I also picked up the set of Discovery. So I haven't seen much of that one. And I understand it connects up to Strange New Worlds. So... But yeah, I got basically everything Next Generation. It all started with wanting to get the new 4Ks of the movies, right? So I got the 4Ks of the movies, and it's like, well, why don't I get the Next Generation show, too? I've wanted the show forever, so I get the show. It's like, well, I should get the other ones that are in high def. What else is out? It's like, oh yeah, get Enterprise, get Discovery, oh, Picard, yeah. So apparently, Strange New Worlds is the only one so far to be done in 4K. So it's the only one to have 4K releases. So I do have the first season, I believe, on Blu-ray. But as far as the rest, I think I'm just going to wait for a complete series 4K set. I think that's what we're going to do. Oh, you like the hoodie? Yeah. There he is. And there, kinda. You get the idea. I did not get Voyager. I also did not get Deep Space Nine. I think my mom actually had Voyager in her DVD collection, so I will likely be inheriting that from her. So I know that was one of her favorites. But yes. Anyway, back to where that all started. I did indeed pick up Battlestar Galactica. I'll show ya. Hold on a sec. I'll show ya. Alright. So, first off, got the 4K of the original theatrical movie of the original Battlestar Galactica. Did it zoom right in on my butt? Perfect. And then the one you people won't shut up about. Here, I got it. Are you happy now? God. So it's all four seasons? Yeah, 4 seasons and The Plan movie. Alright. But it doesn't end there. Doesn't end there. There's more. So we also have Razor, which I think is actually in that set as well, so I probably have this twice. I have one of these twice. I can't remember which one. I think it's that one. And then we have Blood and Chrome. And with the unrated edition. So with extra frack bombs. And to my knowledge, this never got a release here other than DVD. Well, that wouldn't do. I need Blu-ray. So we got Caprica on Blu-ray. German edition. Includes English. Oh. I think it's also region free, actually. Yeah, pretty sure this is region free. So there you go. It also has German, yes. It has audio commentar, deleted scenes, video blog, The Caprica Dynasty, Creating a Look, and Re-Caprica. 18 Episoden auf 5 discs. Die complete series! Yeah. Anyway. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Thank you for the $1, Anon. Appreciate that. Yeah, he's waiting for the ultimate review. Yes. Okay, so Duncan says, yes, Discovery I thought was interesting in many ways, especially the later seasons. Picard was great. Anything with Sir Patrick Stewart is great. I watched him star in A Christmas Carol this Christmas. Nice. I've yet to watch Strange New Worlds. Heard good things, but at the moment it's stuck on Paramount Plus, and you know I'm not bothering with more. So put it on TV or something I already have. Might chance buying the discs. Yeah, I would say if you like, if you like sort of classic style Star Trek, you will enjoy it, because it very much has that classic vibe to it, but also, with a modern sensibility in that it's, it has an overarching plot as well, but it still kind of captures that old school feel very nicely. Says, out of the classics, I really love DS9, which I used to hate as a kid, as it was boring. But now DS9 is top of my list. TNG I prefer after Season 1, really love that. TOS is cool, and I love the comedy. Voyager is a close friend. I love the Doctor's storyline, and next to Picard, Janeway is my favorite captain. Janeway's great. Enterprise is a fantastic, interesting, and world-building prequel, which I had a joke crossover with Quantum Leap. It was just an extended visit for Sam, right? Was only supposed to be there for a week, ended up getting stuck for 4 years. Until Al found him. Can you please get me off this fucking starship? Which I hoped would have a joke crossover. Yeah, you'd think like if they did like some kind of holodeck thing or something, but I don't know. But yeah, Enterprise is one that I also picked up. I'm actually looking forward to diving into that one more fully. I have watched the entire first season, so I kind of know, some of where it's going. But yeah, by this I've watched it so long ago, though I'm probably just going to start over by this point. But yeah. Good stuff. Been seeing Deep Space Nine get a massive explosion in popularity. I've seen a lot of people who think it's the best Trek out of the original Roddenberry, Rick Berman era. Yeah, I mean, I'll never forgive them for the stuff they've just blatantly ripped off from Babylon 5 and tried to pass off as their own. But that aside, there's a lot of good stuff going on there. A lot of good character interaction and character developments and character arcs. A lot of just good character stuff. And also, I mean, it was one of the few, or one of the first times they really did more of a continuing storyline than they had really done before. So, I mean, if you're going to steal something from Babylon 5, yeah, definitely steal the story structure because it's rock solid. And it just makes your story that much more epic, But yeah, Deep Space Nine. I remember really liking it when it started. Like I watched it the night it premiered, and watched it for the first couple months or whatever. I usually tended to taper off with Star Trek shows, and I just kind of drift in and out of them. So I saw bits of it here and there, and how different things developed. And it's like, oh hey, it's the guy from Hellraiser as the Cardassian, Andrew Robinson. But yeah, it was good. It was one I definitely like to sit down and watch the rest of. But yeah, so I've been kind of hanging back, as I think a lot of people have been, wondering if it was going to get some kind of high def treatment, but I don't think that's happening. It doesn't have. I don't know that it has a big enough audience compared to the other treks. The other old ones. Like TOS and TNG are just massive, so I don't know. So yeah, I mean, I'll probably just pick up the DVD collection at some point. Because I guess at this point, as far as complete series sets go, those are the only two I'm missing now. So let me think. Lower Decks just ended, so that's probably getting a complete series set soon. So that's something I'll keep an eye out for. Strange New Worlds, I don't know how many seasons they're planning for that. If it's like 3 or 5 or no limit or what. But I don't know. Duncan says, regarding Deep Space Nine, although Sisko is not my fave captain, he's probably is my fave actor to play a Starfleet captain. Another reason I love Deep Space Nine is how they really fleshed out the Ferengi and the Cardassians. The world building with the Bajorans too. Oh yeah, for sure. Because I remember like when the Ferengi were introduced in Next Generation, there really wasn't much to them. Like they barely even spoke English, and their culture was virtually non-existent. They were just kind of these scavengers that were kind of annoying, quite frankly. But you know, Deep Space Nine came along and like introduced all this backstory and character and lore, and I mean, our gateway into the world of the Ferengi couldn't have had a better guide than good old Quark. You know. Like, what an absolute hoot of a character. And I love the antagonistic friendship that develops between him and Odo, played by Rene Auberjonois. So, the rapport between those two is almost like an Abbott and Costello kind of thing going on. Like, it was just wonderful, the interplay with those two. Kardashians. Yeah. Perfect, because I've got 2 out here. Alright. I was trying to figure out in the hallway there how many of those Rubbermaid containers you can put in. And it looked like 3 high and 3 deep. And that seems to be quite comfortable. So, but that's perfect. There's space for 2 more. And then it will be 3 high and 3 deep. But I want to put all this Battlestar Galactica back on the shelf here before I'm done getting sat on. Okay. Alright, I think he went back to sleep. Good. Okay. That's hilarious. Duncan says the impression the Ferengi gave in the Next Generation has been thought by some as them trying to communicate with humans on a level they think humans think on, that of barbarism, etc. they have little research and are simply trying to deal with humans in a way they think humans would understand. I thought that was an interesting theory, as in Deep Space Nine, Quark openly argues with Sisko about how the Ferengi are better. They didn't have concentration camps, nuclear wars, etc. in their history. And see, that's some good Trek right there that gets into those, hard looks at history and the follies of man. Good Trek doesn't shy away from any of that stuff. Yeah, that's good shit. Well, you guys are definitely selling me on Deep Space Nine. Not that I needed to be sold on it, but I'll have to grab that one. Have I seen Prodigy? Star Trek Prodigy. Doi. I forgot about that one. I did not see that one. That one just ended recently too, didn't it? Yeah, so if that gets a complete series set, I'll probably grab that too. Did it zoom into my butt again? Stop looking at my butt. It's funny, people complain about not having enough people watching or whatever, but I'm just looking here, like right at this moment we have 29 viewers across both platforms, and I was just thinking that's literally the number of people who would be in a typical high school classroom. Back when we were in high school, you'd have to stand up in front of everybody and give your book report or whatever the fuck they wanted. All the while the guys are bullying you, the girls are like sneering at you. No? Is that just me? Oh, okay. Anyway. But that's like how many people are watching right now. Literally that classroom right now. And people don't think about that, like, sort of in terms of real world terms. They're thinking in terms of, like, fucking, Mr. Beast terms. It's like, yeah, we're not going to be Mr. Beast. Alright, just be you. And be happy with what you get. So, hello, class. Welcome to tonight's lesson in procrastination. I miss the Stickam stream days. Life sucks post-COVID. Well, I mean, the Stickam the Stickam days ended well before COVID came into the picture. They ended like 2013, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, I think that's when they closed their doors. Yeah. I was thinking about those days the other day. day. And just what wild times it was, Holy shit. It really was wild frontier days in terms of like live streaming and even video, Like we were the first wave of YouTube celebrities, for whatever that's worth. It's funny, like I didn't even consider myself really to be a YouTube celebrity, but a lot of people saw me that way. And I did hobnob with a lot of YouTube celebrities at the time through Stickam, so maybe that, I wasn't trying to leech off their success or anything, but if that was a byproduct that happened, hooray! I successfully networked, I guess. I don't know. Multimedia Chronicles days, well, those days have not gone. They were only resting. So, oops. Still got to finish Babylon 5. Yes. Whoa. Yes, we do. That's actually something I was thinking. We should get back to the screenings, doing regular screenings. Because we were pretty far into Babylon. We were about half. I know exactly where we left off in Babylon 5 too. Yeah. Oh my God, Cat! Can you just? He slobbers really loudly when he cleans himself. So, yes. But yeah, it was pretty crazy in the Stickam days for sure. Good, because you don't remember where we left off? Yes. If you like the political wranglings of Babylon 5, you'll love Deep Space Nine. Well, yes, I know. Because they ripped off Babylon 5. You know, Paramount had the Bible for Babylon 5 because JMS had apparently pitched it to them and they rejected it. So, yeah, so he went off and got greenlit by Warner, but around the same time, Paramount announces a new show coming out, a new Star Trek show set on a space station called Deep Space 9. Come on. It cannot be coincidence, and absolutely was not coincidence. So yes, I'm sure I will enjoy Deep Space Nine as the watered down version of the Babylon 5 story that it is. Actually, being as intimately familiar as I am with Babylon 5, I'd be very curious to sit down and do a proper watch of Deep Space Nine and see how many major plot points I can point out were taken part and parcel from Babylon 5's original story Bible. I know exactly which episode we left off. Worm disease. Season 2. I don't remember the episode number, but I remember the episode title. It was Gropos. It was where some Marines came on, and one of them was... The fuck was he? Was he the doctor's dad or something? Something like that. Anyway, it was that one. And Garibaldi was a dumbass and failed to get laid with a hot Marine chick who wanted to jump his bones. Hello. It must be crazy being a parent. Yeah. I mean, it has been. I mean, she's almost 18 now, so I mean, my job is nearly done. But I've imparted to her what wisdom I can. Try to make it useful wisdom that will serve her well in life. Like how to cook things and stuff so you don't starve. How to shop so you don't starve. Oh, and how far into Squid Game Season 2? I am almost finished episode 2. I'm in the middle of episode 2. What the hell is even going on right now? It's the no, I must be almost finished that episode. It's the Halloween party episode. And Yeah, 456 is in the limo talking to the controller guy. That's where it is. That's where I am. Does Rose stream games yet? Sometimes. Sometimes she does. I don't think she has her stuff set up for streaming yet. She did buy a bunch of gear for streaming specifically, and I gave her my old Stream Deck as well. So, yeah, so she's all set. And I think she's got either one of my old webcams or one of her own. I can't remember. But, yeah, I think I just gave her my old webcam for now. Yeah. And she's got my old computer, which, I mean, can do streaming because I used to do streaming from it. So, yeah, I think she just needs to get it set up, and there you go. I know, right? Right, Orc? He says, 18, holy shit, life flies by. Congrats, dude. I know, right? Where do the years go? I mean, we're just thinking about Stickam days. Well, I remember Stickam days is when she was, like, brand new. You know, that's how long ago all of that was. It's crazy. Where did the time go? Yeah. Just turned 44 and realizing the last 12 years went by in a flash. I know, right? That only increases as you get older. Time goes by faster and faster. Why do you think I take so much weed? I'm just trying to slow my perception down a bit because it goes by too goddamn fucking fast. Yeah. Hey, Luke, it says productivity. The 2000s. I don't know what about the 2000s. Slow time and space. That's right. I need that, like, slow-mo, that drug they had in Judge Dredd, the one with Carbon, you know, with Kerbin. Carl Urban. Dredd. The slow-mo. Yeah. There's like an asthma inhaler, but it, like, just like slowed your perception. Crazy. Speaking of 3D, that's one that's really cool in 3D because of all the slow motion effects. It really, because everything is in slow motion, your eyes have ample time to adjust their focus accordingly. That was the biggest problem I have with certain things, is the 3D effect is too fast. Doesn't give you time to focus or appreciate it, because you're not sure where you should be focusing your eyes. But with the slow-mo effects in Dread, it gives you plenty of time to just kind of take it in and enjoy the spectacle. You know, so it makes the 3D more of a spectacle than a gimmick, I guess, is the thing. I was like, oh yeah, keep doing all the drugs characters in this movie, because that looked really cool. So yeah, so I had to look at that one through the VR helmet, and well, it looked pretty awesome actually. I rewatched Judge Dredd. I still need to pick up the Stallone one. Funny enough, I don't have that. Huh. What is that? Thought about that the other week while watching Urban in Star Trek. Oh, about Judge Dredd, yeah. He was great in the Star Trek movies too, as Bones. He obviously really wanted to do justice to DeForest Kelley. So he's been cleaning for 4 hours, but it's so fast we can't perceive it in real time. That's right. You guys have no idea how much I've done. Ooh. It's interesting. I think the edibles have kicked in, finally, and I feel kind of like a rickety skyscraper in the wind. You know what I mean? With, like, girders for legs. Yeah. but animated like a Gerard Scarf cartoon, you know? So, Duncan says, been in this house 12 years, and the internal doors have still not been changed like I said I would do. The windows are steamed up, not been replaced like I said I would do. The red carpet I initially hated is still on the floor. The front door has needed replacement for 3 years now. The back bedroom still has the test patches of paint I put on 12 years ago and still remains undecorated. The bathroom is all original and the kitchen sink overflow pipe fell off on Christmas Day 2024. The plastic it was made of was so old it crumbled. Sounds like you're beating yourself up a little bit there, Duncan. Don't be so hard on yourself. If you feel like you could be doing more, just do some more. You know, don't overwhelm yourself. Luke says, how much organizing have you gotten done since starting this stream almost 5 hours ago? I think I moved a couple things over there. I shuffled that box over one way, and then I put it back the other way. But then the cat sat on it. And shuffled it another way, and I haven't bothered to correct it either way yet. So oh, and I warmed up some pizza. Because you need energy to clean. So naturally, after warming up and eating the pizza, I had to give it time to properly digest. And what better to digest good, hearty, protein-laden pizza than a cannabis-laden fruit punch? Nothing says productivity like being high out of your mind on frozen pizza. Well, it wasn't the frozen pizza. Well, you know what I mean. Thought it was another one of those sausage balls just rolling around on the floor collecting fluff. But no, it was just fluff. Collecting fluff. A little ball of fluff. No. 2025 is when I must get the windows and front door done. It's happening. Maybe not the back windows, but certainly the front. Well, there you go. That's your one thing to focus on. That's exactly what we're talking about. Make a list of importance. You know, or just triage it. Or if you don't want to make a list, just you know what it needs to be done. So just triage it in your head as to and just do things in order of importance, and that's it. You should be good. A few hours flashes by in 1 hour. 1 hour is about 15 minutes. If I wash my car, the 15 minutes takes 30. Frozen pizza. Thank you for the $1. Appreciate that. I see you traveled through time because the shelves weren't full of media until I got here. Wow, that's crazy. For some reason I thought there was a railing here, but there is not. There is the leg of the tripod, but that is... Talk about 3D. Wow, where's my 3D gone? I'm seeing things in 5D, man. Pizza. No, not really. It wasn't that good, really. It was frozen pizza with allegedly cheese stuffed cheese stuffed crust. That is a mouthful to say when you're getting cotton mouth. But it was just kind of bland, to be honest. It was just kind of bland. Yeah. Am I shifting through different realities? Oh, well, very possibly. Yeah, the railing is both there and not there at the same time. Oh my god, dude. That's got to be it. You're right. Yeah, it's yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm seeing the intersection of two planes of reality here, so. Well, I gotta bust through this railing to get my drink. Yeah. Did Luke just not even wait for an answer, or after we all collectively gave him such an eloquent response? Princely says, "I just want to be that high." It's the BC weed, man. I'm telling you. We got some good shit out here. Alright. Duncan says, I'm at work 9 hours a day. When I get home, I have no time or energy to do anything other than watch TV. If I get home, that is, as I sometimes help my cousin with her little one. On the weekends, I'm playing catch-up, washing, hovering, cleaning, and shopping. Then I want to rest a bit. Most of my energy for organizing, using computers, doing anything is spent and used up Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. if I help my cousin. I need to take time off work. This is the secret. Tell nobody. Uh-oh, I just told everybody. I'm sorry. And the VOD will live on for eternity. Well, that's okay. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to do what you gotta do. Alright, enjoy some clips. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be back.
You know, it all helps. Just something funny happens, make a clip. Something epic happens, make a clip. Just that little clapper board at the bottom of the viewer there. You just click that. And even if it's not perfect, it doesn't matter, because I go through the clips later. And if there's one that needs a little bit of finessing, like just a better start or finish, I'll go in and I'll make a better, version of it. But that's fine. Come on.
Yes.
Get out! Are you fucking serious? You cannot be serious. I was pushing the button, but he wouldn't get out because we were in the middle of flipping through the air.
See? I can fly.
Boom. Excellent. Perfect. Oh. Where the hell are we? Did I just save, like, in the middle of nowhere yesterday? Oh, we must have. Is that car driving? Is there a person here? Hello? It's driving itself. Have you seen Titanic? Just boat sank, innit? What more you need to know?
No, I know you. The Gastown champion. You're just a dream come true. So lean, kill crazy and wild like nature itself. Blood and guts draping your body, your hands gripping the slimy dead, bashing skulls, killing the cack out of one and all. Oh, I've got to say it. I love you.
Bring it in, buddy. So much love in this dump. Wait. Whoa. Ooh. Well, that's one way to take out a sniper. Was rim jobby. Yep. Oh, there's something there. There's a bucket of bodies and some floating maggots. Look at that. Maggots are like just floating into the air. Magic maggots. Maggots. Shoot demons in the face. In great abundance. This is not the stress relief I wanted. Is there a ladder in here? Yes! Oh my fucking Christ. Climb up the elevator shaft. Oh shit! Fuck. Oh. Climb up the ladder, and then joys of ADHD brain. You go through every damn rabbit hole until you know everything there is possible to know about a subject. I try to make it interesting anyway, not just a boring recitation of facts. And then in 1988, they said, let's make an X-Men pilot. So they made an X-Men pilot, and they used the budget from the last episode of RoboCop. And then... yeah. I'm pretty sure I must have mentioned that somewhere. Maybe in... I did like a closer look at my RoboCop collection. I'm sure I would have mentioned it in there when I showed the cartoon. So, anyway. This is quite a pimp. John Clear discovering some of Duncan's cultural holes. Do you listen to much classic rock, Duncan? Say stuff from the 60s, maybe 70s? Because that's the era that song hails from. So the song specifically, John Clear was talking about a werewolf movie he saw, and the trailer for the song, or the trailer for the movie, used Bad Moon Rising, and he was saying
What song do you think they used for the trailer? Pick a song. And Duncan said, Kill the Humans or The Final Countdown. Jonker says, songs that involve the moon specifically. Duncan says, I know of no such songs. And Jonker says, fuck it, I'll tell you. The trailer song was Bad Moon Rising. So painfully on the nose. Couldn't roll my eyes back any further. And Duncan says, I barely listen to lyrics as it is. Can't make them out much of the time, so it would have to be in the title. And what? Dark Slide isn't a song, it's an album, and certainly not what I'd listen to if I wanted to try and enjoy my last moments in a sarcastic way. Okay, and then he says, never heard Bad Moon Rising. Okay, so first off, Bad Moon Rising is the name of the song. And even if you can't make out the other lyrics, Bad Moon Rising is repeated multiple times throughout the song. And I'm sure you would at least pick up that simply through the simple repetition of it in the lyrics. It was also in American Werewolf in London, yes. In fact, it's a very popular song in werewolf movies for obvious reasons. In fact, there's even a movie called Bad Moon, which is, you guessed it, a werewolf movie. I have the Blu-ray. I have not watched the film yet, but I'm betting the song is probably in there somewhere. Oh, okay. No, never mind. I misunderstood. He said it was Moonfall. Said it isn't a horror film. It was another fucking Roland Emmerich disaster movie involving the moon hitting Earth. Oh. It's kind of his genre, eh? He just really wanted to blow up the world. Saw it on the USA channel. What, Moonfall? Oh, feels so good to sit down. Holy shit. I've literally been on my feet this entire stream and we've basically done nothing. Other than chit-chat. Now here's the problem. They're coming to check the fire alarm. Which means, I mean, they're going to be in here for all of 30 seconds, but still. The fact that my inner sanctum is being invaded. You know what I mean? The ADHD is strong with this one. They're coming sometime after 10 a.m., which basically means now that I got my fucking sleep schedule actually on a decent schedule to do streaming at decent times, I get this invasion with very little, less than a day's notice. So yeah, the anxiety is just on overdrive right now. So anyone else with ADHD will attest. When something like that happens and you're given an appointment that you cannot avoid on short notice, that becomes the sole focal point of your entire existence, and you can't think of anything else. So you cannot, you're almost paralyzed until the time of that appointment. Yeah, and it's tough to break out of that. Yeah, I mean, you might just not know it by that name or whatever, but if you hear it, you might recognize it. Well, okay, no, don't even go down that road, dude. I would be just as distracted if I was stone cold sober right now. The only difference is I would also be really angry and short-tempered about it. You see, that's the difference. So, my God, are we still going on about Bad Moon Rising? Duncan said, "Okay, yes, I see. It would be obvious now after listening to it, but never heard it before." Okay, well, I'm surprised that that one somehow slipped by your radar. I'm sure you must have heard it before. Maybe you just don't remember. I mean, if you've seen any of the movies we mentioned, you've heard it. Because it's in those movies. Also, the edibles aren't actually anything to do with my ADHD. That's not what I take them for. My ADHD is just something I live with and try to adapt around. And part of that is simply becoming more cognizant of it and understanding it. And that's something I made a lot of progress with over the past few years. But, no, the edibles are more for my anxiety. Aforementioned, if I was sober, I'd be angry and short-tempered. And depression, basically. It just kind of stabilizes my mood. Oh, dear. Yeah, Duncan says, "I have an appointment in London looming regarding my eyes, and I'm not looking forward to that. After that, certainly, as they may want to do a biopsy on my eye. Not happy. Yeah, no doubt. Well, that sounds terrifying. Good luck with that." But yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like they didn't give us sufficient notice. At least a couple of days would have been nice. I hate it. I hate it so much. Anyway. I'm just looking at the Doctor Who shelves and seeing how many non-Doctor Who things are there. See my Lord of the Rings collection there. I see The Seven Pillars of Wisdom by T.E. Lawrence. I mean, that's a historical thing, so it's peripherally related, I guess, but not really. See a stack of comic books and some humor books that are definitely not Doctor Who. See a couple of Battletech books. Alien Nation. Ooh, an anime catalog. Like, what, it's just become my dumping ground for anything? I got some kind of sparkly candy case or something there. I don't even know. There's so many just odds and ends up there. But then you get up to the top shelves and there's actually like Doctor Who toys and stuff. So, yeah. Sorry, I thought I saw movement in the kitchen over there somewhere. Thought it might have been a cat, but both the cats are in here with me, so I don't know. If you see anything weird over there, let me know. Yeah, no doubt, Duncan. He says, but I think or the moment they referred me to London for a biopsy was one of the moments my anxiety went to 11, which I've had to learn to totally mask over the years. But I think I will avoid the biopsy as my eyes are doing better in recent weeks, and the normal treatment would be steroid drops. I should just need another MRI, perhaps with an injection of contrast. That should be enough for diagnosis. We shall see. Alright, well, best of luck either way. Biopsy or no biopsy. Yeah. All right. A typical productivity stream in which nothing productive is done. That's okay. We've had some good conversation tonight. Now I can just hear the cat licking and licking and licking and licking over there. Licky McLick lick. Need to check something. Well, I saw what I needed to see. Why do people keep tagging me on X? Just leave that hellhole, people. Why are you even still there by this point? Your followers will go where you go. I mean, I don't have a bajillion followers, but I get more new followers on a regular basis over on Blue Sky than I typically got on Twitter, like on a daily basis, you know? So I don't know. X is for the trolls, yeah. As Duncan says, not like the biopsy is really a problem or anything, just all the mucking about, the hours and hours of waiting to go under the knife. The general anesthetic, the results of coming out of general anesthetic. My mates dad went to the same place for an operation, in and out that day, but they were sitting there for 12 hours. I'd rather go alone. But then I have zero idea how the anesthetic will affect me trying to get back from London. True. X/Twitter was always full of trolls, hence why I ditched it years before. It was useful for getting notifications of the red arrows taken off, etc. Because Elon Musk be trolling us, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Blue Sky's added trending topics as well, so I mean, it's, I found, I've had less and less reason to look at Twitter. The only reason I hang on as much as I do is because of some people that I still follow or that follow me that haven't switched over yet. But I really wish they would, because they keep trying to engage me there, and I don't engage with anyone over there anymore. I'm done. So, engage on Blue Sky. Is nicer place. No trolls there. And when trolls do try, they don't last very long. Oh, fuck me. Miraculous sleep. I never signed up for. Oh, well, there you go. Lucky you. See, I signed up for it when it was cool, and all the cool kids were doing it. So, you know, cool. Yes, I think I'm fading. Yeah. Well, all of the organizational stuff of my things, that's fine. That doesn't matter if we do that today or not. It's really just kind of moving a couple of boxes and taking out the recycle. Rose has already flattened the recycle, so I just got to take it out to the trash, and then we're basically good for tomorrow. But, yeah. So tomorrow, yeah, and that's one of the reasons I feel terribly productive tonight, was because I'm just stressing about this thing in the morning. So, tomorrow, I guess it all depends how tired I am. Because I'll probably go to bed after the appointment. And, yeah. Or maybe not. Actually, no. If I just do the recycle, I can go to bed after that. Or try to. That's probably the better idea. Yeah. Then I get more sleep sooner and won't sleep in as late. And it won't have disrupted my entire schedule that much. I think that's the smarter idea. That's what we're going to do. Alright, see? Just gotta mull things over sometimes. Anyway. Yes, I'll bid you adieu for now. We've been going for over 5 hours anyway. That's a good length stream. That's enough of my BS for one day. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you had a good time. Not much was accomplished productivity-wise, but we had a pretty decent chillin' chat, I think. Yeah. Everyone had a lot of good stuff to bring to the table and some good conversation, a couple rants, bit of gloom and doom, and hope for the future. Anyway, long live physical media. Alright, that is it from me to you for now, folks. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Big thanks to everybody who contributed tonight via super chats or tips. And we'll see you next time. So until then, sayonara.